when he was told his Little Caesars pizza was not hot and ready. Pulling an AK-47.
He's a monster. He's not a human being. He's a monster.
Drug addict, a psychopath,
killer.
And I hate it so much! I hate it!
They said wanted, dead or alive.
Overnight, growing national unrest.
What with the going on in Miami, bro?
They need to stop him.
I've talked about childhood books in the past video of mine, where I went over, what do you think? And during the making of that video, I purposely left out a book that I also read during my childhood, specifically 3rd grade. And this book confused me back then, because the kids' books I read were very simple and sweet picture books that would either have a message or show how good and friendly we can be to each other. But only in their universe, that can't exist in ours. And unlike any of those, this book didn't display any of that. Instead, it showed something else. Someone sinister. A person that doesn't kneel to any rules. That book was No David. The main character, David, was a force to be reckoned with. In fact, there is no reckoning. He's an unmovable object, the villain of villains, the evilest evil. Imagine Homelander. There you go. And you might be asking me, my guy, he looks 6. How is he that bad? And 2 questions like that is why I hate people who judge books by its cover. Okay, maybe you can judge that book, but David is a monster! Well, not really, because he's a kid, but it's about what he will become in the future. And if you don't remember or know the war crimes this kid committed, I'ma show you. I've read all 8 books of this series, and I will show you all the highlights of him being a clown or a jackass, and I will convince you that he is baby Joker. But let's not be biased. Let me show you the highlights of him being good first, so you can form your own opinion. So, here you go.
Doble init? Mag-doble refresh zing summer with Del Monte Fruity Zing!
Oh wait, there are none! I'm gonna begin with the OG No David. And he's already starting off his legacy with killing goldfish. Man, they're the snack that smiles back. Why would you kill them? No, David. You see, this story is being seen in his mom's perspective, and it's always her saying, no, David, but just letting him do it. He's reaching for the cookie jar, and you ain't doing nothing. Smack him out the chair! Then he tracked doo-doo in the house, so he has to take a bath. This is the dirtiest bathwater I've ever seen. Then he goes running out butt-ass naked in the street. Like I said, he don't care. He don't care about no rules, no laws. He doesn't care about public indecency. That's just another law he can break. Then he continues to do more nefarious activities. But the worst one was definitely him breaking the vase with a baseball bat. This man is doing bad in practice in his own home. Deliberately. Look at his face. Look at what he's looking at. He knows what he's doing. And of course, he breaks the vase and gets a timeout. Like, that's gonna do anything. Then his doormat of a mom sees him with a little sad face and is like, "Aw, David, come here." Takes him out of timeout and then says, "I love you, David." The end. What? That's it? That's all you're gonna do? He wasn't even punished. She really believed those crocodile tears. He's faking it. He ain't sad cause he broke the vase. He's sad that he got caught and got in trouble. He ain't sorry. This dude intentionally broke the vase with murder on his mind. And what the mom does is shrugs it off and hugs him? Man, beat his ass! That's the only way his evil behind's gonna learn. But you rewarded him with your love and affection? After he broke your great-grandma's vase and her ashes were in there too? It's crazy, man. I know when David is in high school, he gonna be treating his mom like those memes of when you visit your white friend's house. Then the felon continues. In the next book, David gets in trouble. Does he now? Big shock!
It's about damn time.
We start the book off with this page. I didn't mean to. You're riding a skateboard in your house. What you think was gonna happen? Plus you got that big smile on your face. You meant it. It was an accident. Bruh, this is the first 2 pages and I'm already calling the police on him. I couldn't deal with this kid. This man belongs in juvie. He ain't normal. And then you have this dude walking to school in his undies. This boy just wants problems. And all the kids are laughing cause he's the class clown. David, Just be glad you're in elementary school. Because in elementary, everybody will be laughing with you for wearing your undies to school. While in high school, if you did that, everybody's gonna make fun of you and bully you for being a clown, which you deserve. Then we go to class, and he's already starting something. My dog ate my homework. And the side kid's laughing like... But the girl ain't having none of David's jokes. She giving him the side eye like... This nigga lying. No dog ate his homework. But the thing is, David wasn't lying. Cause if you look out the window, the dog is there eating his homework. Unbelievable. That's probably the first time he ever told the truth in his life. So you know what David does as revenge to the dog eating his homework? Well, a few pages later, this nigga gone eating the dog food in front of the dog. What a menace. Even the worst villain wouldn't do something so bad. So despicable. Even the dog looking at him like, why would you do this? And you know what David said? I was hungry. No feelings. No respect. No emotions. This boy is not human. He continues to commit acts of terrorism throughout the rest of the book. And by the end of it, his mom confronts him for being a piece of shit. And so David says, I'm sorry. And he's forgiven. That's it. That's all. That's the end of the book. You know, I'm noticing a pattern here. I'm noticing that no matter what this kid does, he's always gets the long end of the stick. He always wins. Even when he's wrong, he wins. He's the greatest supervillain of all time. And he's like this in every book. Like, here's him cutting the line. Who do you think he is? Here's him spelling his name with doo-doo in the snow. What's wrong with you? And cursing in front of his mom? Kids aren't supposed to be cursing, dumbass. And then he says, well, Dad says it. Well, I might not know your daddy, but I don't think you should be repeating the words he says. And in almost all 8 books, he keeps up this behavior with no change. So it ain't even worth going over each book. I'm showing you what he does in each book right now in the screen. He doesn't change. This kid is a criminal, a lawbreaker, a swindler, a rogue good-for-nothing baddie. What? And what does he get for it? A Merry Christmas. Absolutely outrageous. This kid needs to be apprehended immediately. Because if we keep letting him get away with this, it will be too late. In conclusion...
David!
Jump and kick back, flip around and spin. And now turn around, do it again. Ninja! Oh! Ninja! Come on, and run again. Jump back in.
One hot and ready pizza, $5.
Back during the times of ancient Greece, when the Greek gods ruled the earth and every man was gay, the land was malnourished. The people were starving because all they had back then were fruits and vegetables and all that nasty stuff. They didn't have the delicacies that we had today, like chips or ice cream or anything that actually tasted good. They started to lose hope, going closer to the light. Then a man in the not so far distance echoes the words,
Pizza, pizza.
and from that moment on, the people were saved from starvation. World hunger was no more, and the Greeks were saved. Or is the Little Caesars mascot Roman? Am I being offensive to Little Caesars people right now? I don't know. I've lived a long life, a good 19 years, and during that time I've graduated high school, seen one of the goats perform, gotten married to a snow bunny, and had children, and I've also eaten a ton of pizza. I've eaten pizza from all over, in New York, California, Mexico, Italy, Japan, your mama's house, you name it, I've eaten pizza there. I even mentally eaten pizza through the screen. Like, look at this pizza. If I've ever gotten a pizza that looked that good, I'd have to suck the man that made it. And if it was a girl, she better put on a strap. But I'm basically known as the Einstein of pizza. I know the difference between delicacy and garbage. And I have never, throughout all my days, came across a pizza that is better than Little Caesars. This is the best pizza I've ever had, and I have been a fan of this place for a long time. So long that I think I was in the womb eating Little Caesars pizza. Now, if you haven't experienced or know of the glory of this paradise, let me introduce you real quick. Little Caesars is a pizza chain like Domino's and Sbarro, and it's the best one. That's all you need to know. You're not stupid. I don't need to explain what a pizza chain is, but I do need to explain why this is the best one. Now, I've been a big Julius Caesar fan since I was but a child. Walking into a Little Caesars alone gives me a happy feeling. The menu is also filled with a vast array of options. We got crazy bread, wings, the Batman pizza. Daniel Caesar's has a menu that fits everyone's needs, even bats. But I always get the classic, a large cheese pizza. Nothing beats this. The cheesy cheese, the saucy sauce, the crusty crust. Ain't no other pizza out there that is as diligently made like Caesar Martinez. Look at that cheese when removing the pizza. It looks so good it makes you want to smack your mama. And the flavor? Tasty. Tastes so good it makes you drool. Makes you play 8-ball pool. Makes you want to sit on a stool. That's how good this tastes. This is the best pizza you will ever have in your life. You can't even compare it to nothing else. And I hate when people trash on it saying, ew, Little Caesars taste like cardboard. First of all, you're stupid. Second of all, how the hell do you know what cardboard tastes like? Nigga, is you homeless? If you think Little Caesars taste like cardboard, you got a screw loose in your head. Well, clearly you do, because apparently you eat cardboard. And also, let's compare it to other pizza places, since it's so bad. Domino's? More like Dom gets no hose. Papa John's? Pizza literally tastes like a wet sock. How do I know what a wet sock tastes like? Because I've eaten at Papa John's, that's why. And Papa is racist. Pizza Hut? Literally the nastiest place you will ever go to in your life. You know they don't wash their hands in there. Yeah, they don't. I got a cousin that works at a Pizza Hut, and he says it's mandatory for workers not to wash their hands. Also, they use the pizza as toilet paper, and when they're done with it, they put it back in the box and spray it with Febreze to get rid of the doo-doo smell. So next time you see brown pudding on your Pizza Hut pizza, that's not pudding. You're eating shit! And if that's what my cousin and his workers are doing at his Pizza Hut, God knows what they're doing at every other Pizza Hut. So you tell me which one of these fours you eating at. No hose, racism, doo-doo pizza, or the best to ever do it, Little Caesars. The answer is clear. Little Caesars is head and shoulders above the rest. Ain't no Italian chef could outperform Little Caesars. It's the box logo supreme of the pizza world. The pizza teachers get for elementary school pizza parties. The best pizza you can ask for. And it's cheap. It's only $5. Wait. $7? Nah. This gotta be a joke. First gas prices? Now Little Caesars? Stop playing with me!
I still see your shadows in my room. Can't take back the love that I gave you. It's to the point where I love and I hate you.
Here's one of my favorite life hack that's been a total game changer for me, Grammarly. It's not just a spelling or grammar checker. Grammarly is an AI writing tool that helps you in any situation. You can use it across 100,000 apps and websites. Plus, you can adjust the tone of your writing to fit any situation, whether you're writing a professional email or casually messaging your friends. Grammarly has helped me communicate so much better. And the best part, they have a free version that's absolutely fantastic.
Pinoy Summer Flavors ng Select and Limited Edition, Cocoa Mango. This summer lang yan!
I'm not that big of a superhero nerd. I might think Invincible and One Punch Man are peak, but I couldn't care less for the Avengers, the Justice League, and MHA. I just don't really vibe with superheroes that much. I'm more into romantic comedies. But I've been watching Peacemaker, and after watching this Power Rangers looking fight scene, I thought that, dang, these superheroes are really garbage. And then I thought to do a video about lame superheroes, cause there's a lot of superheroes out there that make me wonder how you're a superhero. Like, let's start off simple with Black Widow and Hawkeye. Now, I've only watched Infinity War and Endgame, but I don't remember these two doing a single scratch to Thanos. Like, all these two do is shoot and kick. Yet they're on the same team with people like Thor, a literal god, and a talking raccoon. Like, these guys can't compare to these guys. Don't get me wrong, Scarlett Johansson can still get this. You know what I mean? But you can't pay me to watch the Black Widow movie. Like, I bet the main villain of that movie is a purse snatcher. Cause that's how lame Black Widow and Hawkeye are. And since we're on the topic of bozos that don't have any powers, let's talk about Batman. Not only does this man have no superpowers, but his only power is basically being rich. But he's still on this scaredy cat, no killing people mentality. And it always pisses me off because he's always fighting villains like the Joker and the fat ass Penguin. And you know why he's always fighting them? Cause he doesn't kill them. Like, of course the Joker's gonna break out of prison. Are you stupid? Of course he's gonna go on another rampage for the 6th time this year, cause you don't end his life. How many deaths do you think Batman indirectly caused because he never finishes the job? Always letting these villains live and go to prison just for them to break out the next day. This man can beat Superman, but not the Joker. That makes no sense. And also, even though Batman never kills his villains, but once he sees little Timmy trying to sneak a candy bar into the movie theaters, he's gonna break every single bone in little Timmy's body. This man's sense of justice is all over the place. Batman is a certified asshole, and he's just a lamer version of the GOAT, Tony Stark. But overall, I think superheroes with no powers are lame. Although having no superpowers does suck, I'd much rather be a Hawkeye or a Batman than to be an Aquaman. I swear, Aquaman gotta be the most booty cheek superhero out there. This man can talk to fish and breathe underwater. Big whoop. I can hold my breath underwater for 2 minutes. Call me the new Aquaman. That's how easy it is to take his job. And also, he's only useful at the ocean and sea, cause he's Aquaman. What villain is doing nefarious acts of evil at the ocean? Sailors? SpongeBob? Nobody, that's who. And the Aquaman meat writers are gonna say, he can talk to fish too. Fish? These niggas? They're fish. They can't think. Not a thought is behind those eyes. I won't lie, controlling sharks and big whales is kind of cool. Like, riding a whale would look cool for an Instagram picture. But him being able to control whales is automatically canceled out because his superhero costume. Like, come on, man. You automatically trashed here wearing that. At least Batman got drip. And this man eats at the chum bucket. Like, there ain't no defending this man. He's Aquaman. Who cares about Aquaman? Aquaman sucks. Ain't no defending him. And now I'm gonna move on to something that's even worse than Aquaman. My Hero Academia. I've watched all 4 seasons of this shit. Didn't watch season 5 because I heard it deviates from the manga and it sucks ass. But I've seen enough of it to see some of the worst heroes ever written. Like Tailboy over here, with his power being he has a huge pee-pee coming out of his booty hole. He can't be a good hero with a quirk like that. And this girl who can suck herself up into her body like a turtle. Like, you already know how I feel about turtles. But honestly, what use does this quirk have when fighting a villain? What can she do? She can't fight with that quirk, and she can't really defend either. Like, why is she even trying to be a hero? And it's not even just her. Like, look at this background of students trying to be a hero. This man got a whole Lego as a head. How can he see? This dude's long neck ass, like, what is he gonna do? Headbutt them from 10 feet away? And that's just Gary the Snail over there. I'm 100% positive these guys are used as meat shields. They have no other use other than that. And with quirks like these, I don't understand why heroes don't just walk around with guns. One guy already does it, and we've seen it works. So why not everybody else do it? The only answer I could find is, oh, Japan got strict gun laws. Bruh, when you have dudes that can disintegrate people, burn down an orphanage, and blow up a school with their bare hands, you might as well legalize guns at that point. Like, that world would be a much safer place. Shoo, if I was a hero in that universe, I would only use guns. I would go by hero name, Niggalicious, quirk, AK-47. Last up, we got a superhero who is actually the reason why I made this video, and is another DC hero. They just continue to mess up, but they really messed up here. And this is all real, just to let you know. So in 1977, DC wanted a comic starring a black superhero because Marvel already had a few and DC was behind with being progressive. So they made this superhero called the Black Bomber. Now, this superhero is a white racist man and one under stress, and also he can do it on command. He turns into a nigga, a big black man. His superpower is turning black, and he's white and racist. You can't make this shit up, bro. This is the superhero y'all try to be progressive with. This guy, like, I don't even know what he can do with this power, because I can't even find the full comic strip to read. But yeah, this is the opposite of being progressive. I don't even think I needed to describe why this superhero sucks. Reason number 2000 why Marvel is better than DC. And those are some of the lame superheroes out there. Despite what I said about Batman, I'ma still watch the new Batman movie for Zoe Kravitz alone. If I can't have Zendaya, then I might as well have Zoe. She's my next best option. And that's kind of all I wanted to say. So in conclusion, the Discord server is live. I know, it's a long time coming. D3 is here. We got all sorts of channels. We got chat, art, Kanye, anime, sports, a lot of voice chats, and more. But every good server doesn't come without its rules, and the rules are basically, don't spam, don't be racist, don't send CP, don't be a dickhead, and that's it. I mean, there's more, but read them yourself. Honestly, this server is just so y'all can talk and hang out with each other, and that's all. And I'm also gonna be there every now and then too, so yeah. And also when you join, you'll notice that this server got no boost, cause I didn't feel like paying $35 a month for that, cause I just paid $90 for a Me 6 bot, and I hate spending money. So I have a proposal.
The first 10 people
who can boost up the server within the first 24 hours of this video being posted, they can be modded. And mods have quite some power. But also only do this if you're willing to be a mod. And also, don't abuse your power. Mods have rules too, don't worry. But what benefit do mods get? Well, you can upload/make the server's emotes as long as it's not NSFW. And other stuff too. It's the way I'm doing things all over the place. Yes, very much so. Do I care? As long as you guys don't mess something up, I think this will work. So, maybe. I'm scared. And also, you can become a member of the channel if you really support what I do, just to throw that out there. But yeah, that's all I really wanted to say. In conclusion, for real this time, join the Discord server and follow the rules. And also, if you want, you can become a channel member. That would be cool. Shit, I might even suck your dick if you do. That's really it. Bye.
When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon.
Back in the golden age of 2010, when Obama was president and MySpace was still popular, I was but a wee little 7-year-old. I was small, dumb, my balls were still in my stomach, and worse yet, I didn't have any taste in any kind of music. Back then, the only music I listened to were the theme songs to the cartoons I watched. I was bumping the Wow Wow Wubsy intro on repeat as if that was peak music. And it was probably the same thing for you too, assuming that you're around the same age as me and not a 60-year-old man. I don't discriminate though. As kids, we kinda just listened to whatever was just thrown at us and not seek out new music ourselves. Basically, we're dumb, stupid kids. But it was the turn of a new decade, meaning the spark of a new evolution of music. And none of us were prepared for that turn to start so quickly when this song released.
Bottom. Oh, whoa. Bottom. Oh, whoa. Bottom. Oh, whoa.
On January 18th, 2010, not even 3 weeks into the new decade, Justin Bieber dropped the modern classic, Baby. Then not too long after, released a music video to the song, and we all know what happened after. The world was taken by storm. This man was an overnight sensation. He was all over the internet, news, the radio wouldn't stop playing him. Bieber fever was literally unescapable. It was the norm for Justin Bieber to be brought up in everyday conversation. It was like bringing up the weather. You could have been sitting with your office co-worker Paul, who always stinks up the bathroom during the lunch breaks at work, talking about literally anything, and Justin Bieber would somehow be brought up. Him and that song were everywhere at one point, and that was because every schoolgirl in the United States were getting wet for this boy. Girls were sweating their ass off for this dude, wanting to dedicate their entire lives for him. He turned into the ideal boy every girl wanted, and in retaliation to that, every guy in the country hated this man. Justin Bieber became public enemy #1 in the testosterone community. And when I said guys hated him, I mean they hated him. The memes on the internet wouldn't stop clowning on this guy and his fan base. Men were preying on this kid's downfall so much that his baby music video was the most disliked video ever on YouTube until the 2018 YouTube rewind. The hate just wouldn't stop. Justin Bieber hate was as unescapable as Justin Bieber love. And I won't lie, I was one of those hating ass niggas too. I hated the fact that all the girls were in love with him instead of me. He was taking all the girls from me. As if I had any options back then, but still, like look at him with his Ian from Smosh bowl cut. That had me thinking for a second that bowl cuts were the way to go. But my runaway slave hairstyle just wouldn't allow that. But I've grown since then, and now I'm a man, and maturing is realizing that we was just jealous of JB. All of us boys were just jealous. Unless you're a grown man back then. Like, what were you jealous about? That you couldn't get that many little girls fawning over you? Yeah, you're weird. But maturing is also realizing that Baby was actually an amazing song. In fact, it's a classic.
This is a certified hood classic.
I just realized I'm this far into the video and I haven't given one reason on why it's a classic yet. And to be honest, I don't have that many reasons on why. But I'll definitely convince you by the end of the video on why it's a classic. Alright, I can't describe why something is a classic without mentioning lyrics. The lyrics to Baby are actually some of the greatest writing ever written by a human. It makes me wonder if Justin is actually a human with how amazing this was written. People don't know this, but Baby is actually one of the greatest breakup songs ever. Each verse displaying how much he was in love with a girl in which he thought they both shared mutual feelings for each other. The first verse being, "You know you love me.
Yo.
I know you care.
Oh.
Just shout whenever.
Oh.
And I'll be there.
Yo.
You are my love.
Oh.
You are my heart.
Yo.
And we will never, ever, ever be apart." Ooh, you heard my singing? I should get signed to a record label. Hannah Montana, who? We see with this verse that he is madly in love with this girl. But sadly, the second bar to this verse reveals that she didn't see him eye to eye. Are we an item?
Yo.
Girl, quit playing.
Oh.
We're just friends. What are you saying?
Oh.
Said there's another.
Oh.
And look right in my eye.
Yo.
My first love broke my heart for the first time. So in this bar, Justin finally asked the side chick relationship ending question. What are we? Not normally asked from a dude, but that's just how much he loves her. And then this hoe, this skank, said that they were just friends. And worse yet, that there's another nigga, man.
Come on now, dawg. Come on, man.
This junk ruined JB's love for her, breaking his heart. And this leads to the perfect transition to one of the greatest hooks in modern music. Baby, 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 oh, like baby, 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 no. These heart-wrenching lyrics that even Picasso himself couldn't even display on his best painting. And then Justin hits us with a real sinker of a lyric at the end of the hook, saying, "Thought you always would be mine, mine." And for the rest of the song, he displays lyrics of his emotional heartbreak. Like in the second verse, he says, "Oh, for you, I would've done whatever. And I just can't believe we ain't together. And I wanna play it cool, but I'm losing you. I'll buy you anything, I'll buy you any ring." You won't hear me sing all the time. That only comes once in every blue moon. But yeah, in the second half of the bar, this man is just completely simping, saying he'll buy anything for her, even though he already been turned down. That is how devastated my boy Justin is. He's willing to do anything to get this girl back. You can't tell me this isn't more sad than the boy in the blue striped pajamas. Then the first half of the second bar is pretty standard, but the second half of it is what really hits me. I'm going down, 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 and I just can't believe my first love won't be around. Now, you can't say that wasn't heat! Justin is a lyrical, spiritual miracle genius. His name should be mentioned alongside greats like Stephen King or Lizzo. And also combined with his S-tier lyricism, the boy's voice on this song is the most soothing, catchy thing you'll ever hear. His young voice on this song just amplifies the replayability of it in your head. What did I even just say? His voice instantly catches you in the beginning of the song with his oh, whoa. Easily one of the best openings to any song out there. Also, NFL, hit me up if you need a halftime performance for next year. His voice is so engaging and enchanting that you forget that Ludacris is on this song. I swear, every time I listen to this song, every time I hear this nigga's voice, I'm just like, oh shit! I forgot about you. But Ludacris also did his thing on the song. He was talking about his first love and his heartbreak back when he was 13 and how he still can't get over it, even though he was 32 when this song came out. So I don't know why he's still obsessing over his crush back then when he was 13. But I'll let it slide because his verse is cool. But the main reason why Baby is a certified hood classic is because this is a song of a generation. Every decade has a song that defined it. And we were blessed to get Baby at the start of one. And also, if you hadn't noticed, before Baby came out, everyone's I'm about to say a bunch of bullshit right now, I hope you know. Everyone's cultures and people were still for some reason separate. Like for example, black people had Michael Jackson, white people had Frank Sinatra, Latino people had Selena, and Asian people had, I don't know, the Mulan soundtrack. Well, my point is, everybody was still separated. And that was until Justin Bieber released the now classic song, Baby. What I'm trying to say is, Justin Bieber ended segregation with this song. Because this song has brought all people of all colors together in harmony. You can play this song anywhere on this planet and you will see everybody dance or vibe to it. Baby is acknowledged, or should be, as one of the most important songs in music history, to bring us all together to just tune out the bad vibes of this world and just be happy. For 3 minutes and 34 seconds, nothing matters other than you vibing to this gem. And ladies and gentlemen, that is why Justin Bieber's Baby is a certified hood class. Is that Drake? Nope, I take back everything I said. Nope, I hate this song. I hate this song with a passion. This song is the worst song I've ever listened to in my life. Fuck Baby. Babies can suck my dick. Wait, pause. Wait a second. I didn't mean it like that. Wait a second. Wait.
Baby, oh, like, baby, no, like, baby.
I'm a very
opinionated
person. If you look through my channel, it shows to have strong opinions on certain topics like Rent a Girlfriend and Drake's amazing music since he's cool with Kanye now. I have strong opinions on certain topics, which to the casual outsider, it looks like I'm a bitter, self-centered man who always thinks they're in the right all the time. And that may be partially true. I don't want to be viewed that way, because that's negative, and I'm all about that positivity and rainbows. I want to be a more open-minded person, so for the past week, I've just been consuming other people's opinions, listen to what other people had to say about general topics. I was being open-minded, taking in opinions that I would have just brushed off or ignored before, and after doing my research, I have learned and realized how right I am about everything. Y'all are some dumbasses, I swear. I tried to be an open-minded person, listening to people for once, but some of y'all have the stupidest opinions known to man, making me discover that I'm right about everything. If you disagree with me, your mom most definitely didn't beat you as a child. She should have taught you better to not disagree with me. I'm 100% right all the time. Even when I'm wrong, I'm right. And what are you gonna do? Dislike this video? Dislikes are off. By the looks of it, everybody agrees with me. My name is C. Bands. I'm never wrong. I really tried to value our opinions the same, but then when I see opinions like this guy's, it makes me think, how's my opinion ranked the same as this guy's opinion? Like, did y'all go to school? And also, I'm really only talking about the dumb opinions. I'm not talking about opinions like, oh yeah, Doja Cat, she's fine. Like, she's really sexy. Yeah, she is sexy. I'm not talking about those opinions. I'm mostly talking about opinions like this. Like, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ! For the past few days, I've just been scrolling through unpopular opinions on Twitter, and if you know Twitter, you know the dumbest people know the man use it. I've seen opinions on there that I can't even comprehend people thinking. Like this tweet about this girl thinking Oreos are the best cookies, when it's clearly the frosted sprinkle cookies that are the best. Like I said before, I'm always right. Don't try to fight back, you'll get ratioed. And also this tweet I found, which I thought was kind of funny, it's basically this guy's opinion on NFTs, saying the monkey NFTs are racist because black people used to be portrayed as monkeys, therefore NFTs are racist. I find this opinion laughable because as much as I laugh at NFTs, I don't think they're racist, and I never looked at them the way this guy does. It kind of makes me raise my eyebrows at him because this guy looks at a monkey NFT and instantly thinks, niggas!
I'm black. I can say that.
Maybe you're the one that's out of touch. And I could go through a bunch of bad Twitter opinions, but we all know it's just a bunch of garbage. But my least favorite kind of opinions come from music and anime discussions. I know if I was into politics, I would find way worse opinions, but I'm just gonna stay away from that realm. When it comes to music opinions, it really shows how bad someone's music taste can be. And you can argue that, oh, music is subjective. No, it's not. If we can all agree that Soul Train is the greatest song of all time, then music is definitely objective to some degree. So you choose to have garbage opinions on music. Like, remember that whole Michael Jackson versus Drake debate? Why was this even a debate? Stop, bro. If you argued for Drake, your music opinion sucks. Give me your brain, you clearly don't know how to use it. Music opinions could go either way. You either think Kanye is the greatest artist of all time, or you're fucking stupid. I'm sorry, it's not your fault. They should be teaching this at the schools. And for anime opinions, it's either you spit facts or absolute garbage, no in between. Like someone could say Naruto is peak, which is facts. Then the dude that doesn't get invited to parties says mid-piece is better. Like, get out of here, bro. Get out of here. I didn't want to hear that garbage. But being for real for a second and not trolling around like I usually do, I love/hate seeing different opinions. The ones I love are fun to see, even if it's something that I don't agree with, and the ones I hate are just, oh my god. But I still very much encourage people to say their real opinions no matter what, especially nowadays where I feel people are afraid to say what they actually think. Don't be scared to say your opinions, unless you're this dude. Maybe keep that to yourself. Let's all have different takes on things, because if all of us had the same opinion, that would be boring. I might hate your opinions, but I respect it. Like, you could have a negative opinion about me. You could think, ah man, Degenerosity just uploaded. I don't give a shit about this dude's opinion. You could think that about me. I mean, you can go lick my nuts if you do, but that's just your opinion. In fact, I encourage you to say your opinions so much that I want you to comment down your unpopular opinions below. I'll like the ones that are really interesting, and I'll pin the ones that I believe you deserve to go to prison, just to make it easier for the police to get you. By the way, when I said y'all have trash opinions in this video, I wasn't talking about my sexy subscribers. You guys have great opinions. But that's kind of all I wanted to say about this. So in conclusion, thank you so much for 100K subscribers. I am in beyond disbelief on how fast this happened. I was gonna do a live stream for my 100K special, but when I hit 100K, I got a strike preventing me to upload for a week. And also, I was back home with my family during winter break, hanging with friends and family, and seeing Cardi in concert. Sorry if the quality is bad. This was filmed on my Google Pixel, and Android is still better. I just need a better Android. But yeah, that's the reason why I haven't uploaded in 3 weeks. But I'm back now on my grind. By the way, with my strike, I privated a few videos only because I did not want them to get striked either, just in case. They'll be back up in a few months. It's a scary time for me right now. And I am working on the Discord server. I'm just very slow at it. But like I said, thank you so much for 100K. It really means the world to me, and none of this would happen if it wasn't for you guys. I'll try to do something when I hit my next goal, like a live stream Q&A or something. Thank you. You're gonna get that Gawk 9000 from yours truly. I love you all. Hopefully you stay for the long run, and see you next time. Bye. Man, my early average, yeah, my old bit average. This my first time rapping, fam. 30 on 30. Don't you study. Study. Follow me on my socials. I don't even remember the rest of the words. When I was 16, I was dreaming things and then.
With BDO Life, tuloy ang plano kahit anong mangyari. Ikaw, may plan B ka na ba?
Yo, what's up, Vamps? Cardi Stan 445 here, back again with another classic. So, we all know that music has been around for a long time. It's been around since Elvis Presley and Michael Jackson times, basically the BC era of music. But did you know music existed even before that? Yeah, I know, that's pretty crazy. I was astonished when I found that out too. Apparently, in the caveman era, where they wore wigs and fruity clothes, there was an artist named Beethoven. And back then, there was a lot of hype around him. So my curiosity got the best of me, and I listened to a few of his tracks. And I was flabbergasted, dumbfounded, discombobulated at how trash this music was. It made me think, why is this man even remembered and considered a legend in everybody's elementary school music class? It also made me think, why don't I compare one of the greatest musicians of all time, Playboi Carti, with this overrated old man? I mean, they both make classic music, although for the other guy that's debatable. So why not show you why Sir Jordan Terrell Carter is better than Beethoven? By the way, if y'all didn't know, I'm a day one Carti stan. I've been bumping his music ever since he was Millie rockin' in New York. I even loved Whole Lotta Red when it first dropped. I didn't forget you fake Carti stans hating on it and saying Mario Judah's Whole Lotta Red was better. I didn't forget that. I remember. Y'all fake. I'm real. Sorry. I just had to get that off my chest. Anyways, I'm a real Carti vamp. Now let's get back to the facts. In this comparison, I'll be going over the 3 essential categories that makes an artist great. Those categories being legacy, lyrics, and music listening experience. And both artists will be scored out of 100 in each category. Anyways, no more peeing on the urinal cakes. Let's get this started. Alright, so first up we got legacy. Now, an artist's legacy shows the impact the artist and his work had on the musical landscape. And I feel there's no better man that has had a bigger impact in history than Playboi Carti. This man has only made instant classics, has one of the greatest unreleased music catalogs in history, has had a baby with a top 5 rapper, and he fine. No homo, but maybe a little homo. Like, come on, this man has long time, R.I.P., Flatbread Freestyle, Shooter, R.I.P. Fredo, and Poke It Out all on the same album. We gonna forget about that Nicki first though. This man's fan base is full of the most intelligent, smart individuals out there. We got future rocket scientists in this fan base. And the man has created vampires. What has this man not done? It's clear this man will not only leave a legacy in the hip-hop community for years to come, but also be in the history books known as the prophet of our society. I'm giving Carti 100 out of 100 in the legacy category. Now we have Beethoven. Honestly, I personally never met anybody in my life that listens to Beethoven. Like seriously, when was the last time you was driving with your friend and he said, "Hey yo, put on some Beethoven next"? Nigga, if you don't get out my car. But that has never happened to you because no one has ever said that ever in the history of mankind. But I'll give him this. You know, he's still talked about today. He's still got some clout after 1,000 years later. Orchestra teachers love him, and old people love him too. So, that's not nothing. I'll give him a 40 out of 100 in the legacy category. Obviously, he's not Cardi level, but he has a whole movie named after him, so I'll give him that. Next category, we have lyrics. Lyrics are an essential part to an artist's music. In ways, lyrics could be a way to connect with an artist's inner deep, true feelings and emotions. And Playboi Carti is one of the greatest lyricists of all time. The man writes his heart out in every single one of his songs, displaying emotions that only his true fans, like myself, would understand, bringing out his inner Shakespeare on every album. My personal favorite lyrics from Mr. Carter is from his highly acclaimed song, New Tank. In this song, Carti says these lyrics: I'm serving that bass, I'm serving that bass, I got me some thoughts, they thought I was gay. Whoa, whoa. Now, when you analyze these lyrics, it's clear that this is a hidden message of World War II militarization and human trafficking. Let me explain. His opening lyrics, I'm serving that bass, tell the story of the demilitarization of Japan's army after the World War II. But Carti says he's serving his base, meaning he won't abandon his country of Japan, no matter what. Thank you for serving our country, Carti. And his second line, I brought me some thoughts, has a subliminal message of the terrors of the human traffic industry, saying how easy it is to acquire a woman, aka thoughts, in the underground. And the lyrics, they thought I was gay. It's just a fun, quirky joke of him saying that he listens to Drake. This man is a genius when writing a song, and lyrics with hidden meanings like what I just showed you is in all of his songs. We are witnessing our modern day MLK in our eyes. And that's why Carti deserves nothing less than a 500 out of 100 in lyrics. Now let's move on to Beethoven's lyrics. Oh wait, he doesn't have any. This sorry excuse of a musician doesn't even have lyrics in his song. And when I tried to look them up, these things popped up. What is this? Morse code? Who writes their music like this? Come to find out, he was deaf his whole career. How he make music if he can't hear it and don't know what it sounds like? He had to have a ghostwriter. Ain't no way. And for that alone, Beethoven gets a 0 out of 100 in lyrics. You know what? I'm being a little too nice. Fucking negative 2,000. He ain't even try. Last but not least, we got the music experience. Even though all the categories I've mentioned before are a vital part in what makes an artist good, at the end of the day, if the music doesn't sound good, I'm not listening to it. So let's listen to some Playboi Carti and Beethoven and judge which one of them actually has the better music. First up, Senor Carti. That was beautiful. This is what you call real music. Carti's always either got me floating or happy like a little boy. His music is so ahead of its time. When we in the year 5000 with flying cars and 2 billion genders, his music will still be playing on the radio, top of the charts. And for that, this was a 1,000,000 out of 100 music experience. They don't make them like this anymore. Anyways, let's listen to Beethoven. See, I told you that was fucking garbage. Some of the worst sounds my ears have ever witnessed. Like Beethoven, I get that you're blind or deaf. Same thing. But you don't gotta make your music sound like speed songs. Ain't nothing good in this kind of music. I've heard enough. That's a solid negative billion absolutely nasty toilet sounds for music. I hope that proves my point about Sir Playboi Carti being the ultimate GOAT and Beethoven just being a poor, old hoodlum. No wonder why they call his music broke music. By the way, this comparison also applies to artists like Mozart. Like, what did he make? Twinkle Twinkle Little Shit? That nursery rhyme? Man, Helen Keller could have made something like that. By the way, Playboi Carti is also better than Helen Keller.
Trying to be crack. They trying to be crack. Yeah, you wanna be Carti. Cut it, baby. I'm a fucking so instead of getting that kid cut it. Why am I the kid cut it? I'm just in a slug for me. I'm an honest.
Birthday wish mo to.
Choco?
Pwede.
Keso?
Pwede.
Ube?
Pwede.
Lahat meron sa birthday ko!
Kaya ba?
Kayang-kaya. Select a birthday 3-in-1, 99 lang. 3 flavors, sulit na.
Thank you, Ma.
99 lang.
The world runs on money. Money is what makes the world go round. Us humans live and work to get that paper. We spend an absurd amount of it on higher education, being in debt for a period of time, just so we can earn more money in the future. Almost all of our goals is to make bank. And since we're in the age of the internet, making a ton of money is easier than ever. From Twitch, YouTube, and my personal favorite pastime, there's a ton of ways for people to make money on the internet. And when I see some people be making tens of thousands of dollars on an NFT that looks like this, it makes me think, what am I doing wrong? Why is the person who drew this making money off an image like that and I'm still broke? Why would someone even pay for this if they can just screenshot it? Is it because the wrong people get rich? Or is it just because I should find a new hustle? I want money so bad. But before I talk about my crippling debt, this is sponsored by Atlas VPN, my first sponsor. Slay queen. Go girl. Sell out. Atlas VPN is a reliable VPN service used by more than 6 million users worldwide. The VPN will make all of your internet traffic go through an encrypted tunnel to protect you from dangerous public Wi-Fi's and also hiding your internet activities and your IP address. It also has a data breach monitor that tracks any hackers that call access to your online accounts, and the app instantly informs you of any breaches of your emails, usernames, passwords, or any other important information that was exposed. So getting this service is like wearing a condom. It protects you from any unwanted problems. Like, look at me, I got 3 kids. I don't even know their names. I don't even think this one's mine. That's because I didn't use a VPN for protection, specifically Atlas VPN. They also got a bunch of different servers for a bunch of different countries, so if you were to go on a streaming service like Netflix and they don't have the show that you want to watch in your country, well, bam, you're now on Canadian Netflix like that. Now you're probably wondering the price of this amazing product. $10?
No.
$5?
No.
$2?
No.
$1.50?
No.
It's $1.39 a month for the 3-year plan plus 3 months free. If that's not a deal for you, then you're really struggling. And they also have a 30-day money-back guarantee if you don't like the product, so you'll get all your money back instantly. Like, you gotta get this, man. You gotta get it. Link is in my description, and thank you, Atlas VPN, for sponsoring this video. Okay, let's get back to my financial difficulties. Money is the root of all evil. A quote that was probably said by a broke nigga. Nah, get that nonsense out of my face. We all want to be rich one day. We dream of it so much that things like lottery tickets exist, so it can give us false hope, making you think, what if I do win? But like I said, it's only false hope. Snap back to reality, bro. You're not winning. What's that saying? How's that saying go? You're more likely to get fucked in the butt by Danny DeVito than to win the lottery? I don't know if that's how it goes. I don't read books. I already know there's no easy way to becoming a millionaire unless you were born into it or a hot girl on either of these apps. And I might be a sexy hot girl, but I haven't shown my face to prove it yet. So right now, I'm just a textbook definition of a broke college student, having my diet consist of ramen noodles and my tears. As of recent times, I've been... I'm a big spender. I spend a lot of money without realizing it, and also realizing I ain't got no money to spend. Like, look at how much money I spend on manga whenever I go to Barnes & Noble. Like, these are real receipts. No regrets. I don't got no job either. You think this YouTube stuff is a job? I don't get paid enough to consider it one. But my wallet is looking mad empty as of late. Like when I go to 7-Eleven just to buy a bag of chips and a drink, and I gotta worry about my card declining, that's how you know I'm in some broke shit, bro. And then when I leave the 7-Eleven, a homeless person comes up to me asking for some spare change. My brother, I don't even have spare change for myself. I be going home eating an ice cube sandwich. I'm gonna be out here like you next week. Like, I for real checked my bank account like 2 weeks ago, and I only check my bank account when YouTube pays me, because any other time I check it, I start to consider other career choices. And when I checked it, YouTube hadn't paid me yet. So I looked in my account and I had, not even lying, $14.32 in that account.
God. What is that?
Your boy's on his homeless activities. My best bet to getting quick money now is to walk into my local Chinese restaurant and hopefully bump into a Squid Games person so I can get into the game. Sorry guys, I have to put that siren at the end of every offensive joke I make now. The world is getting tough out here. That's why I really don't get upset when I see YouTubers do sponsored videos. They just trying to get that bag like we are. I mean, I still skip the sponsored portion of the video, unless it's my sponsor, Atlas VPN, link in the description for that spicy deal. Like one day, I want to get to that Mr. Beast level of money, but I won't give it away. I'm a greedy bastard. Go-to is $20 in quarters, no more than that. But before dreaming about being Mr. Beast, I need to worry about myself. I'm 2 steps away from being the face of unemployment. And there's this thing that celebrities and already rich people say that rubs my cheeks the wrong way. Money can't buy you happiness. Which, I don't know about y'all, we all value money differently, but when I hear that, I think that's the biggest cap I've ever heard. I would be 1,000,000 times more happy if I was rich. Like 95% of my problems would go away, and the other 5% is my non-existent love life. Money doesn't buy you happiness, my ass. If I became a billionaire tomorrow, I would have 1,000,000,000 reasons to be happy. I got $1, I got $2, I got $3. For $4? That's more money I've ever seen in my life. And I'm not saying every single person on earth would automatically be happy becoming rich. Everybody got their own personal problems to deal with. But to me, and probably a lot of other people out there, that statement is just false information. Like I'd much rather be rich and depressed than broke and depressed. Like if you're so sad with your 9-digit number bank account, then give me that money. If you're so sad with your money, then give me that money then. Like bro, the people who genuinely think that money can't buy you happiness are the type of people to pick dinner with Jay-Z over actual money. Like okay bro, money can't buy you happiness, but poverty can't buy you anything. I swear, the person who came up with that quote is either the richest man to ever walk this planet or the poorest of the poor man you ever seen. The rich man would be like and publicly say, money doesn't buy you happiness, just so he could look better for the lower class, and they could be like, he's right, he's just like us, maybe money isn't all that. And he's just like, yes. Now give me more money. And if the poor person said it, he gotta be living in a rat-infested, monkey poop of a shed he calls a home, eating the mud off the ground, pissing on his hands to moisturize them because he can't afford lotion. Just the most broke man you can think of. And as he's staring at his cockroach stew, he tells himself, well, money doesn't buy you happiness, just to make himself feel better before taking a dump in his hole in the ground that he calls a toilet. Those are the only 2 types of people that I imagine made that quote. No in between. I'm tired of hearing that quote, bro, especially in the state I'm in now. Like, remember my Glizzy video? I said my lowest price I would suck one for was $200,000, but every day, that price has been getting lower and lower. Shoot, I suck one for $50,000 now. Man, I suck one for an all-you-can-eat Popeyes gift card now. I'm down bad out here. I don't know what else to say. The whole point of this video was just me complaining about how broke I am and I want money. But as of right now, my end goal for this year is just to go to 7-Eleven without worrying about my card declining. I remember watching Courage the Cowardly Dog and hating Eustace because he would always kick the shit out of Courage and hate him. And I used to hate him for that. But now when I'm older, I realize, nah man, Eustace was just trying to get that bag the entire time. The dog was just like, holding him back from getting that bag. Eustace was all about that money. He only had that money in his mind. I look up to Eustace now. I don't know how to end this video, so in conclusion,
follow me on Twitch.
Bye. So I just woke up this morning, and guess what? Donda is finally out! I'm fucking creaming! And Jay and Cudi are back on the album? Oh my god, Kanye just fucked me! I'm jerking off and shitting my pants at the same time! Ain't no way this shit actually happened. I was almost convinced that Kanye was just gonna say that Donda was just the friends you made along the way. But it's not. It's here! I love you, Kanye. Please be my baby daddy. I'm listening to this album as I edit this video right now, and I can tell you this much, I'm floating. But this ain't a review on Donda. Nah, this is a message. So Drake's album, Certified Boy Lover, is supposed to come out this Friday, September 3rd. And as you know, Kanye and Drake are beefing right now, and as a Kanye stan, I'm behind Kanye's back 100%. And I refuse to see Drake win in sales. Kanye stans will never hear the end of the shit talking from Drake dick riders if Drake sells more. So I want you guys to do this. Buy Donda. Us Kanye stans have to unite to beat Drake. If each and every Kanye stan brought Donda, we would easily surpass Drake. Drake fans don't buy shit, they just stream it. So this should be easy. You don't even have to buy it multiple times. You just have to buy it once and that's it. But I want every Kanye stan that's watching this video to spread the fucking message. Share this video all over. Spread the word. Buy Donda so we can beat Drake's light skin ass. Hashtag buy Donda. That's it. In conclusion, fuck me, Kanye.
This on Donda, on my mama, made a promise, Junior ought to not be on my 4-5 sums, 4-5 sums, be on my.
So, I'm a Kanye stan. I listen to Ye shit every day. I be head over heels defending this man on comment sections that are trashing on him, and I suck his dick for a signed pair of Yeezys. I can proudly say that this man is the greatest rap artist of all time. So when I heard that he's supposed to be dropping an album this Friday, I was like, yeah, that's cap. As a Kanye dick rider, I know for a fact that this nigga ain't dropping this Friday. That's some nonsense, tomfoolery, baloney. This is Kanye we're talking about. The king of delaying and not releasing albums. Remember Yandi? I do. I remember hearing 80 Degrees being so hyped. I was like, yo, this shit about to be lit. And you know what happened? Nothing. Radio silence. That shit never dropped like my balls. And remember that Watch the Throne 2 tweet? Now, I ain't gonna lie, I never believed that shit to begin with. I knew that nigga was lying as soon as I read that. He's just playing with our emotions at this point. Oh, and remember when he delayed Life of Pablo for more than a year and then released it and it still wasn't finished? What the fuck, Kanye? I know you the GOAT and all, but quit playing with my emotions like this. You're gonna make me bipolar like you. Like, have you seen the chart of this dude's entire discography, including the unreleased shit? Like, that shit doubles, man. Anyways, do I believe Donda is dropping this Friday? No. That's fake news and more false hype. I'm done getting hyped when Kanye say he's dropping. Cause at the end, I'm always found with disappointment of nothing. In conclusion, I'm totally not trying to jinx it on purpose right now so that he does drop this Friday. No, I'm totally not doing that. Buy me Yeezys and I'll suck your dick. What makes a man a man? Money? No. Muscles? No. Power? No. What makes a man is pissing yourself. Let me explain. For as long as we can all remember, peeing yourself has been looked down upon. People saying, that's disgusting, or you should be ashamed of yourself. Not gonna lie, I've been scolded by my parents a few times for wetting the bed, but that's in the past. And we live in the now. And I've always wondered, why peeing yourself was such a bad thing? Why are people so against it? And after many years of research trying to look for the answer, I finally come to this conclusion. It's because they're scared. They're scared of the lack of restraint, the lack of filter that you show, showing your dominance over them, that you have the upper hand in the battle, demonstrating your confidence and that you will win by any means necessary by pissing yourself. Let me tell you a story. So I was in 4th grade and I went to the bathroom. When I got there, I was feeling like a big boy. So I decided to use the urinal. Now today, I hate urinals. Like with a passion. Like, I could make a whole video about why urinals fucking suck, but that's not the point of this video. So I started peeing in the urinal, and during the start of my stream, my underwear slipped up, and I started peeing all of my pants. I was freaking out. I had no control over my bladder, and I was trying to, like, make it stop, like, with my hands, but I didn't want to piss on my hands. So I shamefully let it happen. By the end of the stream, I had shamefully pissed all over my pantalones. The only thing I could think of was wiping my pants with toilet paper. but it was no use. My pants looked like piss, smelled like piss, and I felt like piss. I could only hope that no one noticed. So I went back to class, nervous like heck, and I sat with my group because we're doing a group activity to make things worse. And then, you know what happened? You want to know what happened? Nothing. For the rest of the day, I used to thank God that no one saw me that day. But now that I'm older, I wonder to myself, how did no one notice? I would understand if the teachers noticed and they didn't point it out just to not embarrass me or something. But why would my classmates stay silent? We were kids after all. Like if one of my classmates peed themselves, I would laugh and point at them and show shamefulness towards their family. But now I think I have the answer. The answer on why they didn't notice. And the answer is they did notice. They noticed my wet pantalones as soon as I walked into the room. And feared me. They saw my pee pants, and the fact that I walked into the room looking confident as ever, they knew I was asserting my dominance, my courage, my pride. I was not to be fucked with, man. I might as well would have had a stand behind me because I didn't know it at the time, but I had complete control over the classroom. Think about it. Peeing your pants is the ultimate weapon that you didn't know you had. If you want to get respected, just piss your pants and walk it off with confidence. Then you will get the respect that you deserve. I'm telling you, peeing yourself will get you out of any situation. Taking a hard test that you didn't study for, just piss yourself and you'll get off scot-free. Your church service is lasting a little too long, just piss yourself and you'll be excused. Your mom tells you to take out the garbage, piss yourself. Getting nervous around your crush, piss yourself. About to go in a fight, piss yourself. About to sign divorce papers, piss yourself. I'm telling you, peeing yourself is the secret weapon to making your life better. We would be all living in the year 5000 if we all started peeing ourselves in the year 2003. That's how advanced this philosophy is. I didn't forget my bedwetters out there. For too long we've been discriminated for doing what we love. No one understands that bedwetting is a pastime. It's equivalent to having intercourse or watching porn. We do it for pleasure. Having that amazing sensation as your urine soaks up your sheets, being relieved that you don't have to get up and go use the bathroom, and relieved of yourself. Us bedwetters have been misunderstood for far too long. We will rise against the world government and find the One Piece before anyone else. Now, I hope you understand the philosophy of peeing yourself and the pleasure of bedwetting. Join us. We have ascended to a higher intelligence, a higher existence, because you, yes, you, have watched this video. The world will know who we are sooner or later. We will rise. And I will end this video with a speech by a great man known as Gintoki. Ahem! Listen up. Let's say you drink too much strawberry milk and have to use the bathroom in the middle of the night, but it's cold outside your bed. You don't want to get up, but the urge to urinate is just too strong. You make up your mind to go. You run to the bathroom, stand in front of the toilet, and let loose. You think that all of your life has led to this moment, but then you realize it isn't the bathroom. You're still in bed. That feeling of lukewarm wetness spreads like wildfire. But you don't stop. You can't stop. That's what I'm talking about. That's the truth of the strawberry milk. Do you get it? Well, do ya? Thank you. Gamers, rise up.
Why does it seem like you spend most of your time in bed, lying down and not doing much lately? Are you someone who easily gets tired and doesn't feel like doing anything? Do you label this kind of behavior as mere laziness and nothing more? There's actually a lot of overlap between laziness and burnout that can make it difficult to differentiate between the two. Burnout is a negative state of emotional, physical, and mental exhaustion caused by excessive stress and inability to cope with it. And as of 2010, a survey reported that approximately 75% of adults in the United States alone have experienced symptoms of burnout, with over 40% of cases being more severe. Now, more than ever, it's become imperative to educate and better understand the nature of burnout. So with that said, here are 6 telltale signs that what you're experiencing right now isn't actually laziness, but burnout. Number 1, you feel disconnected from everything. Are you going through the motions of every day as if on autopilot? Is there a persistent feeling of being detached from your own self? If you're suffering from burnout, one of the things you might be experiencing but don't quite realize or understand is depersonalization. People experiencing depersonalization, most commonly those struggling with trauma, report feeling a strange sort of emotional numbness or emptiness, as if they were watching life from outside of themselves. They don't feel like themselves anymore. They don't feel engaged by anything, and they constantly struggle with the overwhelming sense of helplessness and inability to take back control of their lives. Number 2, you used to be motivated. Laziness is a character trait, and character traits tend to remain stable over time. A lazy person doesn't ever feel like exerting effort or applying themselves to things. But if you used to be self-motivated and high-achieving, often excelling in certain areas, and have only recently become exhausted, apathetic, and unmotivated, then it's more likely that you're suffering from burnout and not laziness like most people would think. Number 3, you used to be passionate. A clear difference between someone who's burnt out and someone who's lazy is that the former used to have things they were passionate about, but may now be struggling to find interest or enjoyment in anymore. Whether it's a talent, a sport, or just your academic or professional performance in general, burnout can make it hard for you to do the things you once loved or felt passionate about. You might even come to hate or resent it because of how much you overworked yourself and pushed yourself to the brink because of it. Ouch. Number 4, you've become moody and irritable. Do you suddenly find yourself snappy and easily irritated? Do you often feel emotionally out of control nowadays and don't know why? Moodiness and irritability are common but often overlooked signs of burnout. So if you start to have trouble controlling your emotions, especially when it never used to be a problem for you, this might be the reason why. Lazy people, on the other hand, are a stark contrast to this because they're often very relaxed, laid back, placid, and unaffected by things. Number 5, you've neglected your self-care. One of the most distressing warning signs that someone may be emotionally and physically burnt out is if you start neglecting your self-care and socially withdraw from others. There are concerning changes in your eating and or sleeping patterns. You stop making an effort to groom yourself or look good, and you tend to spend most of your time by yourself doing nothing because you're so easily exhausted by even the simplest of tasks. The difference between being burnt out and laziness are starkly in the fact that you weren't always this way. And number 6, these changes happened gradually. Finally, but perhaps most importantly, something you should know about burnout is that it develops in stages. So all of the points mentioned before, losing interest and motivation, especially in things we used to love, feeling detached from yourself and disconnected from everything around you, socially withdrawing and neglecting your self-care, won't just happen overnight. Studies show that there are actually 5 major stages of burnout, each with increasing degrees of severity. The honeymoon phase, the onset of stress, chronic stress, burnout, and habitual burnout. Many people begin to experience symptoms as early as the 2nd phase, when there is still a moderate amount of stress, but optimism, interest, motivation, and performance may already start declining. And by the time you reach the 5th and final stage, burnout has already become so embedded in your life that the persistent mental and physical fatigue become more intense and harder to treat, making you more vulnerable to developing depression and anxiety. Spotting the signs of burnout early makes it all the more easier for you to get help and recover from it. That's why it's so important to raise awareness about burnout instead of simply dismissing it as laziness, like most people tend to do. So if you or anyone you know may be suffering from mental or emotional burnout, please don't hesitate to reach out to a mental health care professional today and talk to them about it. If you find this video helpful, be sure to hit the like button. Feel free to leave a comment down below with your thoughts, experiences, and suggestions, and share it with those out there battling the haze of burnout. Don't forget to subscribe to Psych2Go and hit the notification bell for more new videos. And as always, thanks for watching. Hey Psych2Goers, welcome back to another video. As a quick disclaimer, we wanted to remind our viewers that the depression signs discussed in this video should not be used to diagnose anyone with depression. If you or someone you know is struggling with depression, please reach out to a mental health professional who can help. With that said, let's begin. Have you ever had days where all you wanted to do was lie in bed and do absolutely nothing else? You just wanted to be lazy and not worry about any of your responsibilities. We've all had our off days. We've all felt lazy, unmotivated, and uninspired from time to time, and it's normal to feel like that. But we live in such a hyper-competitive society that's so hyper-focused on pursuing success and wealth that it's made us feel internally guilty for the time we spend not working towards something productive. When you overwork yourself to exhaustion and are dealing with chronic stress, it will inevitably have adverse effects on your mental and emotional health. But what if it could be more than that? What if your laziness is more than just you feeling burnt out? Here are 6 warning signs of depression that are more than just laziness. Number 1, you can't snap yourself out of it. A sense of laziness usually creeps in when you're overly stressed or if you've been working too hard for too long. And there are a lot of nifty tips and tricks you can use to snap yourself out of it, like making a to-do list, listening to motivational talks, or setting achievable goals. But when it's depression isn't a choice, and it's definitely not something you can just shake off or get over, no matter what other people tell you. Depression is a serious mental illness that needs to be treated with professional help and medication if required. Oftentimes, depressive episodes can recur throughout your life, so months of therapy may be needed to help you cope. Number 2, you can't cheer yourself up. Do you often struggle with feelings of unexplained loneliness, sadness, and hopelessness? Do you feel exhausted all the time and rarely have any energy? You might be feeling downcast and disheartened for reasons you just don't understand. And nothing you do seems to cheer you up or make you feel better. No amount of sleep, comfort food, self-care activities, or fun times with friends seem to do much to brighten your spirits. When you're battling depression, not even doing the things you used to love the most or spending time with your loved ones can make you feel better. Number 3, you've lost interest in everything. According to the American Psychological Association, a markedly diminished interest of pleasure in activities is one of the hallmarks of a depressive episode. So if you found that your laziness has made you lose motivation and interest in everything, including school and work, then that's a sure sign that something is seriously wrong with your mental health. With depression, you tend to lose interest in your hobbies and emotionally withdraw from those around you. You prefer to stay at home and lay in bed, doing nothing most of the day, because you just can't find it in yourself to care enough about much of anything anymore. Number 4, you can't function like you used to. Do you feel that your laziness is getting out of hand? Has it become too much for you to manage? Is it getting in the way of your work, your school, or your personal life? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you may be dealing with depression. In diagnosing depression, psychologists tend to look at the 4 Ds of abnormality. They are deviance, distress, danger, and dysfunction. So if your laziness is making you dysfunctional, significantly interferes with your everyday tasks, and feels like a constant hurdle in your life, then it may be time to see a mental health care professional about it. Number 5, your laziness isn't triggered by anything. Oftentimes, laziness manifests as procrastination and may be brought on by a number of different reasons. Some believe a sense of laziness reflects a lack of self-esteem, while others would argue it's because of a lack of positive recognition from others. It could also be due to a lack of discipline, self-control, and interest. But what about depression? What brings about depression? Well, the truth is, psychologists don't really know. But one thing we do know for sure is that it isn't usually triggered by just one particular thing. There isn't always a clear reason for why depression might develop. So if you find yourself feeling down, disheartened, and unenergetic all of a sudden, depression may be the reason why. And number 6, your laziness isn't a choice. Finally, but perhaps most importantly, the key difference between depression and laziness is that while laziness can be changed, depression isn't so easily altered. If you're feeling tired or unmotivated, you can do something to change that for yourself. You can rest, brainstorm, look for inspiration, and try out different productivity hacks to help you get out of your funk. But with depression, it's not that easy. It's not a funk that you can just get out of. When you have depression, you're not making the choice to be depressed or stay depressed. In fact, patients with depression often report feelings of extreme guilt, shame, and helplessness due to their depression. No one with depression is ever just doing it for attention. Mental illness goes so much deeper than that. Can you relate to any of the signs of depression in this video? If you or anyone you know is experiencing serious feelings of depression, don't hesitate to reach out to a mental health care professional and get help. Please like and share this video if it helped you and you think it could help someone else too. The studies and references used are listed in the description below. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button for more Psych2Go videos, and thank you for watching. We'll see you next time.
Introversion is an often misunderstood term because people relate it so much to shyness. It actually doesn't go by a one-size-fits-all definition, as it can be categorized into 4 different types. The 4 types of introverts can be vaguely described by the traits social, thinking, and anxious restrained. Social introverts. The belief that social introverts dislike socialization is false. Rather, they prefer to socialize in small groups of people they feel compatible with and comfortable around, such as close friends or their family circle. Thus, they are not exactly shy or reserved. Thinking introverts. These are people who remain introverts in their thinking process, causing them to be more thoughtful and self-reflective. For instance, they can get lost in their own dream world, drowned in creativity and imagination. Anxious introverts. Anxious introverts prefer to be alone because they feel uncomfortable or unsuitable during social gatherings, as they are not confident about their social skills. Consequently, they are likely to choose solitude, but sometimes even solitude may not reduce their anxiety. These introverts tend to minimize anxiety by ruminating on things that could have gone wrong had they been in a particular social context. Restrained introverts. These are people who take time in everything they do, whether it's socializing or springing up in action. They may seem slow since they think more carefully before they speak or act, and are more passive in nature than the active types. Now, you've probably come across an introvert in your life and labeled him or her as so by identifying a trait that fits in one of the above types. So how do you know whether an introvert likes you or not? 1. Making the first move. Generally, introverts don't make the first move in a social context. But if you find that an introvert is actively making an effort to talk to you or making a gesture to grab your attention, you can bet he or she likes you. 2. Opening up. Introverts are not easy to crack. It takes time for them to come out of their shell and open up about themselves. However, if an introvert is telling you a lot about themselves, you are definitely someone they want to connect with. 3. Observing. As introverts are good observers, they are not quick in making friends or including people in their social circle. They take their time getting to know people and later choose them as friends. If you find that an introvert is building a good relationship with you, it means he or she wants to be close to you. 4. Inviting you into their personal space. Introverts like spending time in solitude to reflect on themselves, their thoughts, and emotions. If you are invited into their personal space and asked to spend time with them, then they no doubt enjoy your company. 5. Talking about personal topics. You wouldn't normally find an introvert engaging in a personal conversation. Instead, most of their conversations are generic. But if you come across an introvert that tells you about their likes and dislikes, interests, hobbies, ideologies, and goals, that means they like you to the extent where they feel comfortable doing things that are considered out of character. 6. Showing extra care. Introverts place high values on relationships. They show a lot of care, concern, and empathy towards people whom they consider friends or significant others through their communications and behaviors. If an introvert is paying extra attention to you, then they consider you as part of their close circle of friends. 7. Going the extra mile. Introverts are very warm and helping people. If you find an introvert trying to do things for you without you asking for help, you are someone he or she really likes. 8. Constantly keeping in touch. Even introverts distinguish between close and casual friends. If they keep you a part of their daily lives, then you are someone special to them. 9. Revealing secrets. Everyone has a secret they keep to themselves. Introverts especially are very careful about whom they reveal their secrets to. It can be something like allowing you to read their diary or sharing an important aspect of their past. If an introvert is allowing you to know a secret part of their life, you are someone whom they really trust and like. 10. Giving feedback. Introverts don't usually give others advice or feedback, as they keep most of their opinions to themselves. But if you find that an introvert is giving you honest advice or feedback, they are definitely concerned about you and your well-being. And those are 10 signs an introvert likes you. Do these traits sound like someone you know? Do you consider yourself an introvert? And if so, can you relate to these traits? Let us know in the comments below. If you like this video, make sure to subscribe and check us out at our website and social media.
Hey Psych2Goers, and welcome back to another video. Thank you so much for all the love and support that you've given us. It enables us to take yet another walk down everyday psychology lane. So let's begin. What comes to your mind when you hear the word introvert? Is it that shy wallflower daydreaming in the social gathering? Or the quiet kid who rarely spoke up in class? But wait, did you know there is much more that describes an introvert than just their socializing frequency, or lack thereof? There are even different types of introverts. Who knew, right? By definition, introverts need time by themselves to recharge and avoid becoming emotionally drained. But according to research by a psychology professor at Wellesley College, there are 4 different types of introverts. These types take into account the varied personalities of introverts and acknowledge that introversion is a spectrum. With that being said, here are the 4 types of introverts. 1. Social introvert. A social introvert? Yeah, you heard that right. Social introverts are both the most outgoing and the most private of the 4 types. They don't feel shy or anxious in social settings and may even enjoy them, but they feel emotionally drained if they stay out for too long. While social introverts like spending time alone, they still want a few close friends they can depend on, and they tend to be the most social when they're among this group of friends. Someone who doesn't know them might even assume that they're an extrovert if they meet them when they're hanging out with their close friends. But social introverts won't share much about themselves to anyone other than their closest friends. 2. Thinking introvert. Here you can conjure the image of the daydreaming wallflower. Thinking introverts also don't mind socializing, but they rarely do so because they're lost in their own little worlds. They often find themselves daydreaming and may seem aloof to those who don't know them. Thinking introverts are also very introspective and therefore more in tune with their feelings than the average person. Other people may have a hard time connecting with thinking introverts because they have a unique thought process and prefer to experience their thoughts rather than taking the time and energy to explain them to others. 3. Anxious introvert. Do you know of someone who might replay social encounters in their head and think about what they said or did and what they could have done differently? Perhaps a better label for the anxious introvert is the shy introvert. To differentiate anxious introversion from anxiety disorders, anxious introverts crave solitude, even when they're with their close friends. They're extremely uncomfortable in new or large social situations and analyze or ruminate on their behavior whenever they're in public. But it's important to look out for social anxiety disorders and not have the two mixed. In extreme cases, this aversion to social situations may develop into social anxiety. Although any personality type, introverts, extroverts, or ambiverts, can experience social anxiety or other anxiety disorders. But if you avoid necessary social situations because you have strong physical reactions, such as shaking, increased heart rate, or nausea during them, it is a sign of social anxiety and not shyness and requires professional attention. And 4, restrained introvert. Now, this is your introvert next door kind of type. They get uncomfortable if they feel rushed into situations, especially social ones. Restrained introverts are reserved, thoughtful, and don't like change. They'll go out if they've planned for it far enough in advance, but they would rather be relaxing by themselves, binging on their favorite shows, reading, or doing yoga. Restrained introverts find comfort in their routine and may also find it difficult to get their mind and body moving right after they wake up. They thrive in their routine and appreciate ample forewarning. If you think you're an introvert but didn't relate to any of these 4 types, you may be an ambivert or closer to the extrovert side of the personality spectrum. Learning more about your personality type helps you communicate your needs to people with different personality types and strengthens interpersonal relationships. Did you find this insightful? Will you now be able to tell the different types apart? Can you think of any other types? If you're an introvert, which of these 4 types did you relate to? Share this with an introvert you know to find out what type they are. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to hit like and subscribe to Psych2Go for more content. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next video. Hey there, Psych2Goers. Do you get butterflies every time you see or even think about your crush, and you can't help hoping they like you back? When you have feelings for someone, it's easy to see everything they do in a positive light. However, not every person you crush on is someone you should consider getting into a relationship with. So on that note, here are 7 types of crushes you should avoid. 1, the ghoster. Did you and your crush talk frequently once upon a time, but now they've just disappeared? Does your crush leave you on red or avoid you whenever you have a chance to see each other in person? They may have caught feelings or found out you had a crush on them, and instead of rejecting or reciprocating the feelings, they've decided to ghost you. It might be because they feel uncomfortable rejecting people or because they have a fear of commitment. But whatever their reason, you deserve someone who will consider your feelings instead of taking the easy way out. 2, the bragger. Is your crush bragging to their friends that you have a crush on them? If your crush is stringing you along with false hope, it might be more for the benefit of their ego rather than their heart. Perhaps they found out about your crush indirectly and don't see any harm in pretending they don't know about your crush on them. Everyone likes being liked, so they keep you beside them even when they don't reciprocate your feelings. They can't let you go because you make them feel good about themselves. But it's not about you, it's about them. This isn't very emotionally mature of them because it can lead to a lot of emotional anguish for you. 3, the humiliator. Does your crush take jokes a little too far, to the point where people become visibly upset? Do they refuse to apologize or acknowledge and change their behaviors? This is another red flag that you should keep your eye out for. If your crush humiliates other people to make themselves look better, they may have self-esteem or trust issues, and you could become a target for these issues in a relationship with them. 4, the bully. Is your crush rude to staff and strangers, belittles you or others, and isn't nice to your friends? While some people are attracted to the bad guy or girl archetype, crushing on someone who is mean or abusive to others will only cause you pain. Even if your crush is nice to you, their poor treatment of others is a major red flag, because everyone deserves to be treated with love and respect, and there is no guarantee that they won't ever treat you in the same way they treat others. 5, the cheater. Have multiple people, especially your crush's exes, told you your crush has cheated on people before? If so, it might be a good idea to let the crush fizzle out. A study published in the academic journal Archives of Sexual Behavior found that a person who had cheated on a former partner sexually was 3 times more likely to cheat again in their next relationship than someone who had never cheated. Repeated cheating is a sign of commitment issues that your crush needs to work through before they can commit to a successful relationship. And you deserve someone who will respect you and remain faithful to your relationship terms. 6. The user. Does your crush ask you or others for favors without giving anything in return? If they suspect you like them, they may ask you for more favors because they know you'll see it as an opportunity to get closer to them. However, while they always make promises in return, they never seem to make good on them. If you catch yourself falling over and over for people who use you, it might be a good idea to take a break from relationships. Therapy to help break free from these patterns can also be helpful. And 7, the isolator. Does your crush often ask you to ditch the plans you've made with other people and tries to turn you against your friends or family? If so, this is a huge red flag. Falling for an isolator could lead to a psychologically abusive relationship. So if you see signs that your crush is trying to control who you talk to and what you do, you should stop pursuing a relationship with them. While it can be hard to get over your feelings for someone, it's sometimes necessary. When your crush doesn't reciprocate your feelings, acts emotionally immature, or shows red flags that would make a relationship with them difficult or abusive, it's better to move on. Although crushing on someone can be fun, it shouldn't be disruptive to your own physical or mental health. Have you noticed these signs in your crush or someone you know? Do you think these red flags can be easily visible to someone who has a crush? Let us know in the comments below. Also, remember to like and share this video with those you think might benefit from it. Subscribe to Psych2Go for more content. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Hey Psych2Goers, welcome back to another video. Thank you all so much for the love and support that you've given us, enabling us to make yet another exploration into everyday psychology. So let's begin. They like me. They like me not. They like me. They like me not. Does it feel as if you're plucking petals trying to decipher whether someone likes you? Or do they avoid you? Or are you overthinking it? You may think someone can't stand you, and that may not be the case at all. It can be hard to figure out someone's true thoughts about you, but there are some subtle signs that you can pick up on to get to the bottom of it, whether it be romantic or just general feelings about you. Here are 6 signs a person likes you, even if you don't think so. Number 1, they try to get close to you. You must have thought this obvious, right? But don't be surprised because even so, it's actually quite easily missed. Yeah, truly. Have you ever noticed anyone always around you? Perhaps out of the corner of your eye, you always see the same person. You may not think much about it, but people try to get physically closer to the people that they like. Whether it be by moving objects separating you two, such as a plate or pillow, or taking the same walking route as you. People try to get close to you in many ways. After all, if someone truly doesn't like you, chances are you wouldn't see them very often. Number 2, they walk beside you. Any guesses as to why this may be a sign? Here's the thing. It's easier to talk to, maintain eye contact, and get physically closer to someone when walking next to them. So naturally, people who like you will want to walk beside you and maintain your pace. However, someone may also like you and walk behind you. This means they're too shy to walk beside you but still want to be near you. If they walk in front of you, they're probably more concerned with where they're going than talking to you. Basically, someone who likes you will try to be near you in any way they can. Number 3, their body language is open to you. Did they tilt their head towards you or lean in when you were laughing in your recent conversation with them? Were they playing with their hair while talking to you? In a conversation, body language is everything. Seeing as most people don't know how to control it, it subconsciously gives away how a lot of people feel. More specifically, the way people point their feet is a big indicator. If they're pointing at you, it probably means they're subconsciously wanting your attention. The feet are the first things that move when going somewhere, so the direction they're facing also hints at where the person would like to be. If they're facing you, the person may be wanting to get closer to you, which is a big sign they like you. Similarly, if someone has their hands on their hips, exposing their stomach to you, it's a good sign that they're open to you. As overlooked as body language is, it can tell you a lot about whether someone likes you. Number 4, they sit up straight around you. Did you know someone sitting up straight around you isn't necessarily a sign of them being on edge and uncomfortable? It can also mean they're trying to look their best in front of you. When sitting up straight, you show off all your strong features and look a bit taller, so people often sit up straight around people who they want to impress. Therefore, when someone sits up straight, they may look rigid and like they're trying to put distance between you two, but they may be simply trying to impress you. Number 5, they blink less around you. Sounds bizarre, right? But hear this out. Your blinking rate actually does say a decent amount about how you're feeling. According to a study cited by Psychology Today, people tend to blink more when they're anxious. Blinking also serves as a way to subconsciously block out things we don't like. So if a person blinks less around you, chances are it's a good sign they like you. It's their subconscious way of trying not to miss anything about you. All eyes on you, watch out. And number 6, they raise their eyebrows when greeting you. What's a weird thing you've noticed about people being happy and their eyebrows? Hint, it has something to do with going up. People tend to raise their eyebrows when they're happy and excited, so you often subconsciously raise your eyebrows when you're happy to see someone. It's easy to overlook, and if someone doesn't raise their eyebrows around you, it doesn't mean that they hate you. However, it is a sign that they like you if they always raise their eyebrows and smile at you. It's never easy guessing others' true feelings about you. It's always a flip-flop between considering you're overthinking or perhaps they do actually like you. You're not alone in this struggle, for sure. Almost everyone has spent many a night staying up late and replaying little interactions and scenarios. But the important thing to remember is that whether someone likes you or not is not your fault. What matters most is that you love yourself. Do you have anyone in mind right now? If not, do you think these signs will help you in the future? Feel free to leave a comment about your experiences, input, or thoughts. If you found this video insightful, be sure to hit the like button and share it with those out there still boggled with the trials of guessing. Don't forget to subscribe to Psych2Go and hit the notification bell for more new videos. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you soon. Hi there, Psych2Goers, welcome back to another video. Before we start, we'd like to thank you for all of the support you've given us. Psych2Go's mission is to make psychology and mental health more accessible to everyone. So let's begin. Have you ever compared your handwriting with your friends to see how different it is? Like fingerprints, no two share the same handwriting. The way you loop, cross, and dot your letters can actually say a lot about your personality and mindset. Although handwriting analysis isn't foolproof, it can still give you some insights into yourself. Try writing out a sentence. We suggest, the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Then keep watching this video to see what your handwriting says about you. Number 1, the size of your handwriting. Did you know that the size of your handwriting can represent the level of self-esteem and self-awareness you have? It's one of the more reliable things to look out for since it doesn't change too often over time. Large handwriting may show that you're outgoing, people-oriented, and that you want to feel understood and noticed. On the other hand, small handwriting may mean that you're shy, detail-oriented, and meticulous. Handwriting that is average in size shows that you're well-adjusted and adaptable. 2, spacing between words. Do you leave a large gap between your words when you write? According to a study by Klein, the distance between two words can show how close or how far you feel towards other people. If you write with wide spacing and gaps between your words, then it may signify that you enjoy your freedom and dislike being overwhelmed. On the other hand, leaving a narrow spacing between words may describe those who dislike being alone. 3, slanting of the words. Did you know that the slant in your handwriting can tell what personal qualities you have? The tendency to slant to the right means you're sentimental, open to new experiences, and you're someone who highly values their friends and family. While slanting to the left may show that you're more introspective, reserved, and you're someone who prefers to work behind the scenes. If you write without slanting at all, then you tend to be logical, practical, and pragmatic. Number 4, how are you dotting your I's? How you dot your I's can say a lot about you. Adding your dot way above the I shows you have a great imagination, while adding the dot right over the I shows that you may be more detail-oriented, organized, and empathetic in what you say or do. If you use a slash instead of a dot, then you may be overly self-critical and have little patience for inadequacy. And adding circles instead of dots signals a childlike curiosity and a want to be a visionary. Number 5, the way you cross your T's. Similarly, the way you cross your T's can be telling of your ability and persistence to achieve your goals. Crossing at the top of the T indicates that you have good self-esteem and are ambitious, and you set big goals. If the cross is in the middle, then you tend to be confident and feel comfortable in your skin. Long crosses show that you are determined and enthusiastic, even if you may be stubborn at times, while short crosses show that you may lack the determination to complete tasks. And number 6, type of margins. Do you leave a large or narrow margin when you write? The amount of space you leave can say a lot about your outlook and attitude towards life. The width of the left margin represents your view of the past, so a narrow left margin shows that you base most of your actions and views on your past experiences, while a wide left margin shows that you are keen to move on from your past, to embrace the future and be open to new experiences. Similarly, the right margin can be telling of your attitude to the future. If you leave a narrow right margin, then you tend to embrace the future and are sociable and adaptable, whereas a wide right margin shows that you're more cautious about the future and prefer the current stability you have. So what did you find out about your handwriting? Tell us about it in the comments below. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share it with others who may find it interesting too. Don't forget to click the subscribe button and notification bell icon for more content. All the references used are also added in the description box below. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in our next video. Hey there, Psych2Go family. Welcome back. We at Psych2Go look forward to your continued love and support. With that said, let's begin. A lot of us feel like we don't deserve to have our dreams come true or have good things happen to us. And sometimes no matter how far we've made it or how much we've already accomplished, we still don't feel content. Why is that? The answer isn't an easy one. Most likely, it's when we grapple with feelings of self-loathing. Self-loathing is defined as hatred for oneself that often manifests as anger, self-sabotage, a negative view of oneself, and low self-esteem. It's important for a person to be aware of their feelings and attitudes towards themselves so they can start to change for the better. Here are 7 signs you may be suffering from self-loathing and just don't know it. 1. You tear yourself down. Self-hate makes you your own worst critic. Keeping an eye on your shortcomings is a good thing, but not allowing yourself room to breathe stems from an immense dislike for your current self. You think extremely harsh things about yourself and indulge in self-pity a lot, so much that tearing yourself down has become a daily habit for you. Everyone makes mistakes, but you're so hard on yourself that you can't forgive yourself when you mess up. You're quick to blame yourself whenever something goes wrong, even if it's not your fault. You never commend yourself for a job well done, but rather criticize yourself for even the tiniest of mistakes. You're plagued by feelings of guilt, worthlessness, and inadequacy that manifest themselves as frequent complaints about yourself and your life. 2. You feel insecure around others. If you find that other people make you feel insecure about yourself a lot, it might be time to ask yourself why. Most likely it's because you're constantly comparing yourself to them and feeling like you'll never be able to measure up, no matter what you do. Subjecting yourself to this kind of harsh judgment is a definite sign that you hate yourself. When you look at someone else, you always focus on all the things that they have that you don't, and it makes you ungrateful for all the good things you do have. You can't help but feel bad about yourself whenever you're around someone who's happy, confident, smart, attractive, or successful. 3. You neglect your self-care. Do you want your loved ones to be happy and taken care of? Chances are you probably answered yes right away, because when you love someone, you want what's best for them. So if you really loved yourself, you'd want that for you too. This is why neglecting your self-care is a form of self-hatred. You don't sleep well, you're not eating right, you don't exercise, you don't try to look nice for yourself, and you don't do things that make you happy. It's not that you don't have the time or can't be bothered enough. It's more about refusing yourself the pampering because of a deep-seated grudge with yourself. Since your insides are at war with you, it only seems right to let yourself show it outwardly as well. So when you look in the mirror, all you see is a haggard reflection, unworthy of love, and that's how you like it. 4. You don't let yourself be happy. You're a pessimist who's quick at finding the negative aspect in every situation. You're wary of compliments or praise because it seems mocking. You don't see yourself in a positive light and refuse to believe what others say. However, you do take their criticism to heart because it reinforces your view of yourself. You're not comfortable letting other people help, as you believe your troubles are yours alone and you deserve them. You find it hard to feel good about yourself. And this is what sucks all the joy out of your life. You resent the way you are and deprive yourself from anything, even remotely akin to delight. These are just a few of the ways that you deny yourself happiness, perhaps even unknowingly, as you fester in your own self-hatred. 5. You isolate yourself from others. You struggle to maintain relationships with others because you feel like you don't deserve their love. Often you feel their attention and love is a burden for you. You don't consider yourself good enough to remain in the circle. Since you have a low concept of your own self, you feel like they're judging you as well. It may look like they're doing you a favor by including you, so you stay back because you think they're better off without you. You feel guilty for hanging out with them because you believe your presence is an intrusion upon them and you're holding them back. Your inability to love yourself makes you unwilling to accept love from others as well. As a result, you isolate yourself to refrain from inconveniencing others with your presence. 6. You put on a facade for others. You're one way when you're by yourself, and then another when you're around other people. You wear a mask and don't let other people see the real you because you hate who you are. You try so hard to fit in and be liked by everyone, and you constantly wish that you were someone else. You feel ashamed of your true self, and you think that no one will ever be able to accept you, so you'd rather pretend to be someone you're not. And 7, you're afraid to dream big. Having ambition and dreaming something big for yourself scares you. You smother your own hopes and aspirations because you think you'll never be able to achieve them, so what's the point? You look down on yourself and all that you can do and refuse to leave your comfort zone. The possibility of failure and rejection terrifies you. You easily feel discouraged and worthless the moment you encounter a setback. You deny yourself opportunities to grow and have new experiences because you don't believe in yourself. Your insecurities make it hard for you to see your capabilities, and you can't allow yourself to succeed. We all have a lot of self-destructive behaviors that are toxic for our mental health and emotional well-being. So many of us struggle with feelings of insecurity, emptiness, and worthlessness that it can sometimes lead us to hating ourselves. Becoming more aware of your self-hatred makes it easier for you to overcome it. And with time, patience, support, and dedication, you can learn to love yourself and live a happier, healthier life. Did these points remind you of someone, maybe yourself? Can you now see where such behavior stems from and why? Do these points make it easier for you to name your emotions and behaviors? Please let us know in the comments below. Also, share this video with anyone you think might benefit from it, and we'll see you in the next one.
Many psychologists associate high-functioning depression with persistent depressive disorder, which is a prolonged state of depression. Those with high-functioning depression may not feel as helpless as those with clinical depression, but their depression does affect tremendously their quality of life. It minimizes their interest in everything, including social events with friends and family. High-functioning depressives will go to school or work and socialize when necessary, but once they're done with their responsibilities, they'll withdraw themselves. Here's 7 signs you may have high-functioning depression. Number 1. You're concerned with time. Although you're achieving your goals and completing all your tasks, you feel like you're wasting your time. Even if you find a new hobby or job, it still feels like a fool's errand, and you wonder if all the time you're investing into such activities are worth it. Number 2, you constantly criticize yourself. Because you feel like you're not achieving much, you criticize yourself. Your expectations are too high, so you push yourself to the limit, affecting your state of mind. Number 3, you overthink. It doesn't matter if a situation is big or small, you'll find yourself overthinking it and eventually breaking down. Number 4, you feel misunderstood. Since most high-functioning depressives can maintain a job, a house, and their responsibilities, people underestimate how much anguish they're going through, minimizing their feelings simply because they don't act like the typical depressed person. Number 5, you feel saddened. It's normal to feel sad from time to time, but if you're sad or numb most of the time, even while participating in fun activities, you may be suffering from high-functioning depression. Number 6, you have unhealthy coping strategies. Since you overwork yourself, you may lean towards drugs or alcohol to deal with stressful situations. Many high-functioning depressives turn to self-destructive habits to clear their minds. Number 7, you have excessive pastimes. Along with any unhealthy coping habits you have, you may also find yourself constantly gaming or binge-watching TV series, among other things. Although these activities seem normal, the problem is you're actually using them to escape reality. High-functioning depression is difficult to notice because those who suffer from it are still able to continue with their responsibilities. Since they don't act like the typical depressive person, they believe that they're truly okay. But in reality, it's not okay to live life feeling numb, sad, and constantly criticizing yourself. If you do have high-functioning depression, try to find the root of it. Only by doing so can you truly live happily. Have you ever experienced these symptoms or been diagnosed with high-functioning depression? If so, what methods have you tried to recover from it? Feel free to share your stories in the comments below. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to visit our website and other social media for more content. And if you'd like to support us, please check out our new Patreon account or grab a digital magazine from our shop. Links will be in the description below. Thanks for watching!
Hey Psyched-goers, have you ever thought about joining our team of animators or writers? Or perhaps you want to start an animation channel of your own? Are you looking through as many YouTube channels as you can for tutorials and tips, but wasted a lot of time on some not so helpful ones? Skillshare is a great place where you can learn new things with their online classes, and they have a course on animation as well. Click the link in the description below to get your free trial of Skillshare Premium. Hey Psyched-goers, and welcome back to our channel. This video is suggested by one of our viewers, Army and Blink. Thanks for the suggestion. Now, let's get started. Have you been wondering if your mental health is possibly getting worse? Mental health, just like physical health, affects everyone, whether you're suffering from a mental illness or not. Your mental and emotional health can fluctuate from time to time, depending on the stresses going on in your life. So, it's always a good idea to check in with yourself and try to gauge the direction your mental health is going in. With that said, here are 10 signs that your mental health is getting worse. Number 1, you're losing interest in the little things. Do your favorite activities suddenly seem meh to you? If you've started to lose excitement for life's little things, then this is a sign that your mental health might not be at its best. You might be feeling this way because of an overload of stress in your life, or you're feeling overwhelmed with all of your responsibilities and your to-do lists. When you lose interest and don't enjoy the hobbies and activities that you once did, this could also be a warning sign of depression. If you think this could be what's happening to you, know that you aren't alone and that help is just around the corner. Talk with a trusted friend or family member or a mental health professional to get the help you need to navigate these troubling times. Number 2, you get overwhelmed easier. Do you find that you've been getting overwhelmed more often than normal? When you have a to-do list for 2 or 3 tasks, does it feel more like you have 10 things to do? When you start to get overwhelmed easily with everyday things, this could be a sign of worsening mental health. According to psychotherapist Sherry Jacobson, feeling mentally overwhelmed could be an internal reaction to excessive outside stress. To help cope with this overwhelming feeling, you can journal, meditate, or practice mindfulness. Number 3, you don't feel like socializing that much anymore. Does it feel more exhausting to interact with people nowadays? Regardless of whether you're an introvert, extrovert, or somewhere in between, we all have a standard comfort level when it comes to social interaction. If you feel yourself slipping below your comfort level, pay attention to this. Remember that even if it doesn't feel that way at the moment, interacting with people can help boost your mood. We wanna mention that we're happy to have Skillshare as the sponsor today because they really promote the idea of a self-made you. Are you planning to learn a new skill, perhaps on illustration, animation, or writing? It would be great if everything you need was all in one place, right? Well, Skillshare has thousands of catered courses across all kinds of topics like design, business, tech, and more. There is truly something for everyone. Skillshare has a great intro class on animation that we really recommend. The course is called Creativity Unleashed. Discover, hone, and share your voice online by Johannes Vast. If any of you are interested in learning basic information, I recommend you go check it out in the link below. The first 1,000 people will get a free trial of Skillshare Premium, and after that, it's only around $10 a month. Let us know what Skillshare courses you're taking in the comments below. Number 4, you don't have a consistent sleep schedule. Have you developed a seemingly random sleep schedule? Despite wanting to get up at a certain time in the morning, do you wind up sleeping all day? When you have an irregular sleep schedule, this could signify increased stress in your life and a decline in your mental health. If you're struggling to regulate your sleep, you can try setting up a routine to wake up and go to bed at the same time every day. This will get your body back into its regular rhythm of sleep and wake cycles, therefore no longer causing sleep disturbance. Number 5, you always feel drained. Despite getting enough sleep and eating well, do you constantly feel exhausted or drained? According to Healthline, mental exhaustion can set in when you're under long-term stress, and this type of exhaustion can make it feel like you're trying to move up a mountain. More than just feeling tired, when you're in this drained and constantly exhausted state, you might struggle to get anything done. Healthline suggests practicing gratitude, relaxation, and yoga, as well as talking to a mental health professional to provide medication for you if it's needed. Treatment plans will look different for everyone, but regardless, there is a way that will work best for you to help pull yourself out of this state of exhaustion. Number 6, your anxiety seems to be increasing. Do you wake up in the morning with a crushing sense of anxiety that stays with you all day? Does this anxiety cast a cloud over your daily activities? Worsening anxiety can often coincide with worsening mental health. Anxiety affects us all, whether or not you happen to suffer from a particular anxiety disorder. It's important to monitor your anxiety levels because a noticeable change can tell you a lot about your mental health. Anxiety is a response to stress, and it can cause a variety of psychological and physical symptoms. When you feel overly anxious, you might notice that your heart rate speeds up and your breathing rate increases, and you might experience a bout of nausea. Number 7, you feel mentally and emotionally scattered. Do you feel like there are so many things happening around you, but you can't focus on any of them? If so, you're not alone. From time to time, it's normal to feel this way, especially when you're going through higher amounts of stress. However, if you're feeling scattered and like things are spinning out of control, this could be a sign that your mental health is under strain. According to psychologist Rick Hansen from Psychology Today, you probably feel scattered because you're struggling to find your center. This means that in order for your brain to feel more organized, you need to feel at peace within yourself. Practicing mindfulness, such as yoga and meditation, are great places to start on the road to inner peace. Number 8, you can't seem to pay attention. Do you have a harder time focusing and staying on task? When you're reading, is it hard to comprehend? Do you have to reread the same passage over and over again? Though it could relate to potential psychological disorders such as ADHD, depression, or anxiety, it's also likely that a lack of focus can be due to stress or poor self-care. It can be frustrating to start losing focus so frequently, and those feelings are valid and normal. Remember to take care of yourself, and as you recover, know that help is available. Number 9, you might be struggling with your impulse control. Are you acting more on impulse? Are you possibly indulging in things you shouldn't? Whether it's retail therapy or binging all of your shows or playing video games for hours. When you act more on impulses like this, it can signify worsening mental health. You might pick up some unhealthy habits as a way to cope with life stress or to fulfill yourself or distract yourself from a major issue going on in your life. Journaling, mindfulness, and therapy are great ways to start uncovering some of these issues. And number 10, you're struggling to feel grounded. Similar to feeling centered, When you are grounded, you are feeling confident and balanced within yourself. According to Irene Langveld, an energy worker and meditation coach, grounding starts with the root chakra at the base of the spine, known to help you feel secure. Activities that connect your body with the world around you, such as hiking, meditating, or walking outside, are great ways to help you find your sense of grounding. Can you relate to any of the points in this video? Do you think your mental health could be slipping? If so, know that there is help you can reach out for. You can talk to a trusted friend, family member, or a mental health therapist for support. Please like and share this video if it helped you and you think it could help someone else too. The studies and references used are listed in the description below. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button for more Psych2Go videos, and thank you for watching. We'll see you next time.
Susan Cain's book, Quiet, was a catalyst for the introvert movement that helped bring awareness towards personality types with a greater need for solitude and less stimulating environments. With 1/3 to half of the world's population made up of introverts, it's great that we finally began to acknowledge and talk about their unique set of traits and tendencies. Along with introversion, sensitivity has also made the headlines and been widely discussed. The personality trait was first researched by Dr. Elaine N. Aron in 1991. All of her important findings have been published in various articles and in her book, The Highly Sensitive Person. Although it's a trait being acknowledged more, Aron states that sensitive people are still often considered the minority of the population. She emphasizes that culture plays a large role towards how sensitivity is valued. Aron writes, "In culture where it is not valued, HSPs tend to have low self-esteem. They are told, don't be so sensitive, so that they feel abnormal. We want to raise this issue and help promote more acceptance towards highly sensitive people." Approximately 70% of the introverted population is made up of HSPs. Not all introverts identify as HSPs, but there seems to be an overlap between the two traits that's too important to ignore. Here's 8 signs you're a highly sensitive person. Number 1, you feel deeply and tend to be more emotionally reactive. Have people often called you deep when you provide your insights? Then you may be an HSP. HSPs tend to feel things more deeply and are more naturally inclined to react emotionally towards situations. Dr. Ted Zeff, author of The Highly Sensitive Person's Survival Guide, writes, "They like to process things on a deep level. They're very intuitive and go very deep inside to try to figure things out." Overall, HSPs are empathetic and care a lot for others when they are having a tough time. Since your emotions run deep, when others suffer, you can also feel their pain. This helps you stay open-minded when you can easily put yourself in the shoes of another and understand what that person is going through. Number 2, you prefer to exercise alone. Highly sensitive people often avoid team sports because they are uncomfortable with an audience watching their every move. According to Dr. Zeff, the majority of HSPs gravitate towards solitary sports, such as running, hiking, and bicycling. This allows time for you to reflect and get away from overstimulating environments as you simultaneously work on reaching your fitness goals. However, in some circumstances, HSPs may enjoy playing in team sports if they are brought up by a parent who provided a supportive environment that made it easier for them to get involved. If you were encouraged by a nurturing family and good friends, then you may find yourself flourishing in team sports too. Nurturing one's sensitivity is the key to helping them grow comfortable with activities they may not be naturally inclined to enjoy, because it allows them to feel safe to take risks. Number 3, it takes you longer to make decisions because you are concerned about making a wrong or bad decision. When you're sensitive, it takes you more time to make decisions, even though there may not be a right or wrong one. For instance, it may take you longer than others to choose what you want to eat from a restaurant menu. This is because you have a tendency towards weighing all the options that are provided. Even if you already have a good idea about what you want to choose from the menu, you can't help but think about the what-ifs and explore the possibility of other dishes based on their descriptions. As a result, when it comes to making big, life-changing decisions, such as where you want to move or what career you want to work, you may often feel paralyzed and overwhelmed by the various potential outcomes you imagine from each possibility. Number 4, you pay attention to subtlety and small details in general. You're sensitive to changes in your immediate environment and the people who surround you. You may notice the small details, such as the new color someone paints their nails or the tiny crack on someone's lamp that wasn't initially there. When you identify as a highly sensitive person, it's hard for you to miss subtlety because you're prone to reading between the lines. Generally, as someone who has a lot welling up inside you, you make it a habit to notice things because everything affects you strongly. Number 5. You are highly conscientious and have extremely good manners. When you're highly sensitive, you care a lot about the way you present yourself and how your own actions may affect others. You tend to be considerate towards others' needs and want to do things in a way that creates convenience, rather than causing trouble for them. You put a lot of effort in even the smallest actions, such as making sure you put an item back where you got it from as you're shopping to prevent troubling a staff member to do it. You're the type of person to always thank your waiter at the end of the night for their service and leave a generous tip. It leaves you feeling uncomfortable when you're not exhibiting polite mannerisms to the best of your ability. Number 6. You are prone to having anxiety or depression, especially if you've had many bad past experiences. As an HSP, if you experienced a lot of negative events in your life, you may have developed anxiety or depression over the years. According to Dr. Aaron, this is because your nervous system often operates in anxious mode when you don't feel safe in your environment. Your nervous system is meant to alert you about potential danger, so when it's used to doing that in abundance, it causes you to stay on edge for long periods of time. This is why it's crucial to have parents who nurture your sensitivity with just the right amount of care. If they make you feel ashamed for being sensitive, it prevents you from understanding and using your sensitivity in a productive way that can help you grow. But if they protect you too much because of your sensitivity, then it may cause you to have difficulty making transitions in life and adapting to new situations. Number 7. Violent or horror movies are not your cup of tea. When you're highly sensitive, you are overly stimulated by violent or horror films that sensation seekers often get a good adrenaline rush from. Realize that there's nothing wrong with turning down horror movies. Your nervous system will be much happier that you did what's best for you. Number 8. You work well in team environments. When you're highly sensitive, you tend to be a deep thinker. This makes you a valuable person in team settings because you're able to analyze situations and figure out how everyone's strengths and talents can be used to help the team work more efficiently. In addition, you can also identify many of the pros and cons when it comes to decision making. However, you may not be comfortable with being the person in charge of making the actual decisions. Instead, you may like to play the role of someone who negotiates and helps facilitate discussions, rather than the person who has to take action. Still, with the right amount of encouragement and good practice, HSPs can make exceptional leaders with their ability to empathize with their coworkers and having an open mind when problem solving. Would you consider yourself a highly sensitive person? Do you agree with these points? Leave your thoughts in the comments below. Don't forget to subscribe, and thanks for watching.
Psychopathy. Is it all about Dr. Lecter from Silence of the Lambs and Norman Bates from Psycho? How about Patrick Bateman from American Psycho? Think again. A psychopath isn't a crazy person from a movie, bloodthirstily running around, ready to kill you on sight. Have you ever wondered if any of your friends could actually be a psychopath? Or is Hollywood's definition of a psychopath more appealing? Contrary to what many people think, not every psychopath is a killer or a criminal. They have a personality disorder known as psychopathic personality, which falls under the antisocial personality disorder category in the 5th edition of the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. This disorder is characterized by lack of empathy, lack of remorse, and antisocial behavior. Hollywood loves to portray psychopathy as madness to ensure a box office hit, but in everyday life, that's not necessarily true. When it comes to the likelihood of having a psychopath in your life, the odds are not in your favor. According to Dr. Paul Bobiak, 1 in every 100 people is likely to have psychopathic traits, and the probability is even higher as you go up in the office food chain, where you'll find 1 among every 25 managers and executives. The real reasons behind psychopathy are usually narrowed down to genetic factors. Yes, many criminals are psychopaths, but the majority of psychopaths are not involved in criminal acts at all. Here are 10 key traits of psychopaths. 1. Lack of empathy. A psychopath simply cannot feel what everyone else feels. They understand your feelings, but they don't feel them. Even if you're crying your heart out over the death of a loved one, they'll show compassion only to please you, not out of true emotional empathy. 2. Manipulativeness. Always knowing the right strings to pull and the right buttons to push, psychopaths use deception to cheat others into thinking, believing, or acting in certain ways. They only focus on personal gains with no concern whatsoever for how others feel. 3. Irresponsibility. Impulsive behavior and irresponsibility is their lifestyle. A psychopath would never admit to their mistakes. In fact, they turn the tables against whoever accuses them of anything so that the accuser would think again and even feel guilty about their complaints. 4. Narcissism. Psychopaths usually view themselves as smarter, more powerful, and of more worth than everyone else. They have an extravagant, almost theatrical self-perception, thinking that the world revolves around just themselves. 5. Pathological lying. Psychopaths tend to lie, and lie even more. Their lives are spiderwebs of lies. This ranges from moderate levels to high levels of lying. 6. Superficial charm. Smooth, charming, and attractive, psychopaths aren't afraid to do or say anything they like. That absence of embarrassment attracts others, as it can be misperceived as high self-confidence. Their hawk-eyed glares are mistaken for sexual magnetism by women. 7. Lack of remorse. Psychopaths don't feel guilty for the suffering and pain they inflict on others, or for their actions in general. 8. Proneness to boredom. Forever bored, psychopaths have an exaggerated need for adrenaline overdose, so they're always looking for excitement and thrill. 9. Bullying. Psychopaths are usually abusive towards those that are not of much benefit to them. This could be subordinates, elderly people, children, or in most cases, animals. They like to exercise their power over other fragile beings through bullying, and they may shoot hurtful words at any time without warning. 10. Sucker for power. They have an excessive need to exercise power and control over others. In other words, they are control freaks. Everything must go the way they want it to. And that's it for the 10 main traits of psychopaths. Now that you know what a psychopath is, do you think you've ever encountered one? Tell us about your experience below. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to follow our Tumblr, Twitter, and Facebook for more content, and don't forget to subscribe. Thanks for watching and have a wonderful day.
Before we begin, we'd like to add a quick warning discretion. This video discusses mental illness, including eating disorders and PTSD. What is mental illness? According to National Alliance on Mental Illness, it's defined as a condition that affects a person's thinking, feeling, or mood for a sustained period of time that negatively impacts them. You might be wondering, is depression a mental illness? What about anxiety? Yes, they are. In fact, they're the most common types of mental illnesses. In this video, Psych2Go covers 10 of the most common types of mental illnesses. 1. Anxiety disorders. We know 18.1% doesn't sound like a lot, but that's the number of adults in the US who suffer from anxiety disorders. 40 million people suffer from symptoms of an anxiety disorder every year. Of those 40 million people, it's estimated that only 36.9% of them will get help. Anxiety disorders rarely appear alone, with depression being a common co-diagnosis. Anxiety disorders come in a few varieties: generalized anxiety disorder, GAD, panic disorder, social anxiety disorder, SAD, and obsessive compulsive disorder, OCD. So, what do all these anxiety disorders have in common? They're all characterized by nearly uncontrollable worry that messes with several aspects of daily life, such as sleep, relationships, school, and work. The good news is there are several treatment options available, which include different types of therapy and medication. 2. Personality disorders. What does it mean when someone's personality is disordered? Personality disorders refer to behavioral, emotional, and thought patterns that deviate greatly from the expectations of an individual's culture. The National Institute of Mental Health suggests that 9.1% of the population has the traits of a personality disorder. So what does this look like in real life? Could anyone who's a little different be diagnosed with a personality disorder? Well, according to the diagnostic criteria in the DSM-V, these differences must be causing the individual significant amounts of distress in the way they see themselves, others, and situations, inappropriate or exaggerated emotional responses, impulse control, and how well the individual relates to and functions around others. Personality disorders can't be cured, but thankfully they can be treated. This treatment consists of combinations of medications for the underlying mental health issues, as well as talk therapy. 3. Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. If we say ADHD, what comes to mind? The stereotype of a person diagnosed with ADHD is usually a small child who's bouncing off the walls or can't finish a task. However, between 7.8% and 11% of children aged 4 to 17 are diagnosed with ADHD any given year. ADHD affects people of all ages and includes multiple symptoms, such as inability to concentrate, forgetfulness, inability to sit still, restlessness, and losing things. An individual's symptoms vary depending on their age, gender, and type of ADHD. Did you know there's actually 3 recognized types of ADHD? They're ADHD, combined type ADHD, impulsive hyperactive type, and ADHD inattentive and distractible type. Most people think meds are the only way to control ADHD, but many people diagnosed with the disorder find relief by using a combination of medications, life coaching, education, and talk therapy. 4. Post-traumatic stress disorder. Did you know that an estimated 6.8% of the US population will develop some form of post-traumatic stress disorder? That's about 19 million people in the US alone. So how does this happen? You, me, everybody will get stressed out by something in our lives. Some people will come across something so stressful that it affects them permanently. For many of them, this stress becomes trauma. A traumatic event is considered any event that should not have happened, such as a natural disaster, an assault, childhood neglect, abuse, starvation, and so on. Stress is a completely normal reaction to trauma, but what happens when the threat is gone? The stress and trauma stops on its own for most people when the mind and body understand the individual is no longer under attack. But what if the mind and body don't get the memo? Post-traumatic stress disorder refers to a prolonged fight or flight response that happens after the stressful event has stopped. Complex post-traumatic stress disorder, CPTSD, refers to the PTSD that occurs due to a series of continued traumatic events, such as childhood abuse. Think of PTSD and CPTSD as the echoes of the stress response. These echoes can happen in the form of emotional flashbacks, nightmares, extreme anxiety or panic, difficulties connecting to others, and an overwhelming sense of fear. So how does someone get help for something so overwhelming? People suffering from PTSD or CPTSD can find relief through trauma therapies, such as eye movement desensitization reprocessing, EMDR, or traditional talk therapies, such as cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, or dialectical behavior therapy, DBT. 5. Depression. An estimated 6.7% of the US population over the age of 18, 15.7 million people, live with depression. Although the occasional low mood is a normal response to negative situations, depression entails low moods that are severe and last longer than 6 weeks. Depression manifests differently in women than men. Women tend to experience depression as feelings of sadness, worthlessness, and shame or guilt. Men tend to mistake the symptoms of depression as fatigue and being easily irritated. Common treatments for depression include cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, interpersonal therapy, IPT, psychodynamic therapy, psychoeducation groups, antidepressants, and various brain stimulation therapies. 6. Bipolar disorder. An estimated 2.8% of the US population that sought mental health treatment was diagnosed with some form of bipolar disorder in 2018. This number may be low, as many individuals who suffer from any mental health disorder do not seek treatment. Bipolar disorder means a lot more than just really bad mood swings for a couple of reasons. First, people diagnosed with bipolar disorder cannot completely control these mood swings. And second, these mood swings range from manic, feeling super happy or invincible, doing crazy spontaneous things, grandiosity, and having racing or unrealistic thoughts, to extreme bouts of depression and maybe a little hypomania in between. Living with bipolar disorder isn't easy, but people struggling with the disorder can find a variety of medications and traditional counseling treatments to help them find more balance. 7. Eating disorders. Did you know there are almost as many people living with eating disorders as there are with bipolar disorder? It's true. Approximately 2.7% of individuals who sought treatment were diagnosed with an eating disorder in 2018. The most common question people ask about eating disorders is, what's the difference between not being happy with your body and having an eating disorder? Well, in addition to this total focus on their physical flaws, eating disorders are defined by dysmorphia and the binge, purge, restrict cycle of behavior. This cycle comes from the person's feelings of extreme distress and disgust about their body. This disgust drives the individual who has the disorder to become super focused on their body weight and shape. Leave a comment below if you want to know more about the binge, purge, restrict cycle. The eating disorders everyone knows about are anorexia nervosa and bulimia, but most people have never heard of eating disorders not otherwise specified, EDNOS, or avoidant restrictive food intake disorder, ARFID. Leave a comment below if you want to hear more about the lesser-known eating disorders. Everyone needs food, so how is someone who has such a terrible relationship with eating and body image supposed to get better? Recovery from an eating disorder is totally possible, with a combination of talk therapy, residential treatment, and medications to treat the symptoms of any underlying mental health conditions. 8. Obsessive-compulsive disorder. If obsessive-compulsive disorder, OCD, is a type of anxiety disorder, why did it make the number 8 spot? Simple. Professionals say 2.3% of individuals will qualify for a diagnosis of OCD during the course of their lifetime. What's the first thing you think of when you think of someone who suffers from obsessive-compulsive disorder? Did you imagine someone who can't stand the thought of germs? Maybe a person who turns the doorknob 27 times before they can leave the house. The common stereotype of an individual diagnosed with obsessive-compulsive disorder, OCD, is of someone obsessed with cleaning or counting to a comical degree. But that's not the whole picture. The reality of OCD includes a great deal of anxiety, rigid thinking, and feeling isolated from others. Individuals diagnosed with OCD suffer from reoccurring thoughts that they cannot control, which are referred to as obsessions. These obsessions can be things like cleaning or counting, but also include checking and double-checking, feeling as though one will be punished for being a sinner, organizing and arranging, and hoarding. Having obsessions is different from being detail-oriented, or a little type A, because individuals who suffer from obsessions experience crippling anxiety due to these thoughts they're unable to control. The compulsions are the actions, such as cleaning, hand-washing, arranging, and hoarding, that individuals use to cope with overwhelming anxiety and rigid thinking. So what is someone who lives with the reality of OCD to do? Although there's no cure for OCD, a combination of medical and talk therapy will help them manage their symptoms effectively. 9. Autism spectrum disorder, ASD. We've been hearing more and more about autism spectrum disorder, ASD, in recent years. That's because approximately 1.2% of children, 1 in 59 children, will qualify for diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder in the coming year. ASD begins in childhood, but many individuals are not diagnosed until adolescence or adulthood. ASD is characterized by significantly impaired social interactions, learning, and communication. Individuals with ASD may seem eccentric or unemotional to others, as they do not understand normal social cues. Some of these odd behaviors include seeming off in their own world, repetitive thoughts or behaviors, restricted interests, poor eye contact, and difficulty communicating with others to the point their functioning is greatly impaired. The most common treatments for ASD include special education classes, applied behavioral analysis, ABA therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy, behavioral management therapy, and medication management. And 10, schizophrenia and psychotic disorders. Did you know 3 out of 100 people will experience the symptoms of psychosis in their lifetime? Yep. This means 1% of the population suffers from a psychotic disorder. People usually have their first psychotic break between the ages of 16 and 30, which means approximately 100,000 adolescents and adults will experience their first psychotic break every year. This does not mean everyone who experiences psychosis will always have a psychotic disorder. Medical and environmental or situational factors such as extreme stress, certain prescriptions, and illicit drugs can induce temporary psychosis. For individuals with a psychotic disorder, however, the symptoms last longer than 6 months. So, what is psychosis anyway? Someone suffering from psychosis has breaks or disruptions in their reality, which manifest in behaviors such as religious delusions, audio, visual, or tactile hallucinations, feelings of paranoia or persecution, and disordered or jumbled thoughts and speech. Schizophrenia is the most common psychotic disorder, but the DSM-V recognizes a few others. Would you like to know more about the other psychotic disorders? Then tell us in the comments below. Having a psychotic disorder can feel like torture, but it doesn't have to. Many people who are diagnosed with some type of psychosis are successfully treated with a combination of specialized medications, therapy, and case management. Have you or a loved one ever dealt with any of the mental illnesses in this article? Were there any symptoms on this list that surprised you? Which mental illnesses do you want to hear more about? Tell us in the comments below. As always, any information provided here is for educational purposes only. If you need mental health counseling or treatment, please contact your insurance company, local college students counseling clinic, or your county crisis line. Help is out there. For more information on mental illness and mental health, stay tuned to Psych2Go. As always, thanks for watching.
Hey Psych2Goers, welcome back to the channel. We wanted to take a moment and be sure you knew how grateful we were for all your support. Your ongoing support is what helps us make psychology and mental health more accessible to everyone. Now let's continue. Gaslighting is a word that's used a lot in the media these days, but what does gaslighting actually mean? The term originates from the Patrick Hamilton's original 1939 stage play Gaslight, where a husband psychologically manipulates his wife. In the story, the husband attempts to convince his wife that she is insane by manipulating small elements of their environment and insisting that she is mistaken, remembering things incorrectly when she points out the changes he makes. The play's title alludes to how the abusive husband slowly dims the gaslights in their home while pretending nothing has changed in an effort to make his wife doubt her own perceptions. Gaslighting is a form of emotional abuse where someone leads you to question your own reality, memory, or perceptions. So, here are 10 examples of what gaslighting can sound like. As a disclaimer, we want to note that not everyone who says these phrases is automatically a gaslighter. Gaslighting is intentional, and a gaslighter knows exactly what they're saying and what they're doing. 1. What did I do to you? If someone responds to you this way, they may genuinely not know what they have done and are asking you about it. But when it's gaslighting, they are aware they have done something to hurt you and are pretending to play dumb. In defensively posing this question to you, they are denying the impact they had on you and are also forcing you to question it. 2. Everyone around you isn't the problem is you. This is sometimes used as a way to shut down the conversation or dialogue for whatever is happening. This type of language is often referred to as victim blaming, where the gaslighter will make statements that cause you to feel like you are the problem, even when you have fallen victim to something such as bullying or abuse and the situation is outside of your direct control. 3. I'm sorry you feel that way. When someone's hurt you and they say something like this, then it is not a true apology. Instead, it's a way to make you feel like you are the problem. They say that they're sorry that you feel the way you do, rather than apologizing for what they've done or how they made you feel. 4. I don't remember saying that. I think you made that up. This is the go-to phrase that a gaslighter will use to intentionally get you to question your experience, behavior, and thoughts in order to take the focus off of them. 5. It's your anxiety that made me do the things I do. This is a common response when a gaslighter gets called out for their behavior. They use this as a reason to justify their own negative behavior when in fact, they should take responsibility for their own actions instead of choosing to blame you. 6. You need help. This term is used to imply that you are the problem and that you need to address your issues rather than them having to work through their own issues. This is a shutdown response to avoid working things through with you. 7. It's your fault. People who gaslight will neglect any responsibility for their actions or for a situation. Instead, they will directly blame others. This can be a repetitive cycle where you may be made to feel like something is your fault, even if it isn't. You may even apologize for things that aren't your fault to make peace with them. 8. You're too emotional. This implies that your characteristics are seen as flaws, and this can make you question your own sense of who you are. 9. It's not a big deal. People who gaslight have a tendency to minimize the impact that something has on you. They may make you feel like you are making a bigger deal out of something when you are within your right to talk about things that are bothering you and express yourself openly. 10. Why are you so defensive all the time? You're attacking me. This is a common phrase used when you challenge a gaslighter. They have a tendency to flip the conversation towards you and make it out like you are the one who is in the wrong. By accusing you of being defensive and that you're attacking them, then they become the victim. Do any of these phrases sound familiar to you? These are only some of the things a gaslighter will say to you. You may have heard these before or even said them yourself, but this does not necessarily mean you have been gaslighted or that you are a gaslighter. Gaslighting is intentional, and a gaslighter knows full well what they are saying and what they are doing. We encourage you to seek help or guidance if you suspect that gaslighting has played a role in your life. Please like and share this video if it helped you and you think it can help someone else too. The studies and references used are listed in the description below. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and notification bell icon for more Psych2Go videos. Thank you for watching. We'll see you next time.
Hey Psych2Goers! Thank you so much for the ongoing love and support you've given us. Psych2Go's mission is to make psychology and mental health more accessible to everyone, and you help us do that. Now, let's start the video. Have you ever put dry ice in a bottle? As the CO2 turns into gas, the bottle gradually expands with pressure, until with a sudden pop, the bottle explodes. And bottling dry ice is exactly like bottling up your emotions. There's a time limit before the metaphorical bottle explodes. And it can be hard to release the pressure. The first step in properly processing your emotions is to recognize that you're closing yourself off from them. So, here are 6 signs you're bottling up your emotions. 1. You rarely yell or cry, but you can erupt over small issues. Let's say your partner drops a cup and breaks it while washing the dishes, and you suddenly feel your blood boiling with this overwhelming anger. Your outburst over this relatively minor issue can be a sign of deeper, more suppressed troubles in your relationship or personal life. In a study by the University of Texas, researchers had one group of subjects watch horrifyingly disgusting film scenes while suppressing any reaction or emotion they felt. Afterwards, the first group was significantly more aggressive than the second group of subjects who were allowed to express themselves. The study, published in Social Psychological and Personality Science, shows how bottling up your emotions can actually make them more powerful. 2. You distract yourself whenever you start to feel uneasy. Do you find yourself mindlessly scrolling through Instagram or guilty binge-watching hours of The Good Place? A telltale sign of suppressing your emotions is avoidance. You engage in self-destructive behaviors like drinking or smoking. You try to escape by watching TV, playing video games, or even oversleeping in order to avoid thinking about how you feel. 3. You feel like you're a different person around others than you are by yourself. Bottling up your emotions can create a divide between who you think you are and how others see you. You might feel exhausted, anxious, or jaded in private, but your friends may see you as confident and calm. In fact, you may even be the clown of your friend group. If you avoid expressing yourself, you may feel like you have two separate faces and that no one truly knows you. Perhaps you're not sure yourself who you are. As activist Bryant McGill states, to know yourself is to love yourself, and to welcome and love all the emotions that come with you. 4. You often feel uncomfortable around highly emotional people. If you suppress yourself, you might think that crying or screaming is embarrassing or bad, but more subtly, you'll just feel uncomfortable around highly emotional people who visibly express their emotions. You might struggle with how to react or how to offer comfort to them in their time of distress, especially if emotions hold a sort of stigma and pain for you personally. 5. You experience life from a third-person perspective. Maybe you're at the mall with your friends and everyone is laughing and joking around, but you feel as if you're observing the fun rather than fully engaging in it. You feel distant from others. You may also find intimacy difficult and have only a few close friends. By bottling up your emotions, you distance yourself from how you feel. It makes not only anger and sadness harder to express, but also expressing happiness and joy. And 6. You avoid confrontation and never address the cause of your emotions. Perhaps you feel powerless over your own life. You're unable to think deeply about your emotions, nor can you talk to others about how they make you upset. Even if you bottle your emotions, you can still feel angry and sad, but instead of finding the cause of the negativity, you numb yourself to the pain. You fear any sort of confrontation and you avoid your emotions just like you avoid emotional people. Psychologist Perpetua Neo explains that emotions shouldn't be so fear-inducing. They exist for a reason. In fact, she calls them our first intel in a war, because they're often a sign that something is wrong and needs fixing. You can learn to let in your emotions and use them to identify changes that need to be made in your life. So, did you recognize any of these signs in yourself and how you connect with others? If you enjoyed watching this video, give us a thumbs up and share it with someone who might find it helpful too. The studies and references mentioned in this video are in the description. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and the notification bell icon for more Psych2Go content. And as always, thanks for watching, and we'll see you soon.
In 1965, 17-year-old high school student Randy Garner stayed awake for 264 hours. That's 11 days to see how he'd cope without sleep. On the second day, his eyes stopped focusing. Next, he lost the ability to identify objects by touch. By day 3, Garner was moody and uncoordinated. At the end of the experiment, he was struggling to concentrate, had trouble with short-term memory, became paranoid, and started hallucinating. Although Garner recovered without long-term psychological or physical damage, for others, losing shut-eye can result in hormonal imbalance, illness, and in extreme cases, death. We're only beginning to understand why we sleep to begin with, but we do know it's essential. Adults need 7 to 8 hours of sleep a night, and adolescents need about 10. We grow sleepy due to signals from our body telling our brain we are tired, and signals from the environment telling us it's dark outside. The rise in sleep-inducing chemicals like adenosine and melatonin send us into a light doze that grows deeper, making our breathing and heart rate slow down and our muscles relax. This non-REM sleep is when DNA is repaired and our bodies replenish themselves for the day ahead. In the United States, it's estimated that 30% of adults and 66% of adolescents are regularly sleep deprived. This isn't just a minor inconvenience. Staying awake can cause serious bodily harm. When we lose sleep, learning, memory, mood, and reaction time are affected. Sleeplessness may also cause inflammation, hallucinations, high blood pressure, and it's even been linked to diabetes and obesity. In 2014, a devoted soccer fan died after staying awake for 48 hours to watch the World Cup. While his untimely death was due to a stroke, studies show that chronically sleeping fewer than 6 hours a night increases stroke risk by 4.5 times compared to those getting a consistent 7 to 8 hours of shut-eye. For a handful of people on the planet who carry a rare inherited genetic mutation, sleeplessness is a daily reality. This condition, known as fatal familial insomnia, places the body in a nightmarish state of wakefulness, forbidding it from entering the sanctuary of sleep. Within months or years, this progressively worsening condition leads to dementia and death. How can sleep deprivation cause such immense suffering? Scientists think the answer lies with the accumulation of waste products in the brain. During our waking hours, our cells are busy using up our day's energy sources, which get broken down into various byproducts, including adenosine. As adenosine builds up, it increases the urge to sleep, also known as sleep pressure. In fact, caffeine works by blocking adenosine's receptor pathways. Other waste products also build up in the brain, and if they're not cleared away, they collectively overload the brain and are thought to lead to the many negative symptoms of sleep deprivation. So what's happening in our brain when we sleep to prevent this? Scientists found something called the glymphatic system, a cleanup mechanism that removes this buildup and is much more active when we're asleep. It works by using cerebrospinal fluid to flush away toxic byproducts that accumulate between cells. Lymphatic vessels, which serve as pathways for immune cells, have recently been discovered in the brain, and they may also play a role in clearing out the brain's daily waste products. While scientists continue exploring the restorative mechanisms behind sleep, we can be sure that slipping into slumber is a necessity if we want to maintain our health and our sanity.
Look, don't you see? You're full of potential. Isn't it exciting? You think warping things around this area is fun. Well, what about the whole world? A big, eternal playground where you break down all our current rules and systems and make it something way better.
I don't want to bother too many people.
No, you wouldn't. You'd be helping them. You really would.
Unbelievable! What's wrong with that guy? You have a death wish? What's going on? That bat guy is trying to nudge Chicken back into Doomsday. That tiny thing? Nah, I wouldn't worry about it. I may need to be a little more diligent after all. Yo, you trying to instigate the end of the world?
No! I'm merely nudging the demigod along his journey to commence the New World Order. I fear as though he may have been corrupted by other mortals into losing his way.
Let me stop you right there. We are not letting Armageddon happen. I don't care about whatever scrolls or books you've read. It ain't happening. So accept that or pack it up, buddy.
I see. Well, that's really his choice, isn't it? I'm starting to fret that the New World Order as prophesized isn't coming to pass. Perhaps it's all according to plan. Perhaps Chicken is merely biding his time before fully commencing. Perhaps he needs a reminder. So, what makes you so special that the demigod has appointed you as top disciple?
Nah, we're best friends, remember? We just really get each other. Have lots of fun doing silly stuff.
I see.
We did have a fight once, though.
Oh?
Yeah, I kinda was ignoring him when he needed me. And well, the end of the world nearly happened.
What?
But we made up, and everybody came together to support him and remind him of who he truly is.
You stopped it? A fleshed out environment?
Aren't these photo card holders so cute? Hi there! What's your name? Aww, you're so dapper.
Huh? Onion Ring. I'm here to study and bear witness to the chaotic demigod.
Whoa.
Oh, you're friends with Chicken too?
So you know him?
Yeah, he's one of my best friends. He's so sweet and goofy.
Not terrifying and powerful?
Oh, sure. But he gave up that stuff a couple weeks ago. Just silly again.
Hello?
We're both orange.
Huh?
Happy Valentine's Day, sweetie.
Fascinating. Are you two genuinely an item? Is it a ploy? Trickery?
Surprisingly, no.
Turns out, good and evil can get along.
I see. I need to jot this down. The immortal morality scales have taken an interesting tactic to combating Armageddon. Is this sense of balance meant to maintain order?
Yeah. All according to plan.
Fascinating. The demigod of Chaos's zone of influence has affected this part of the world in remarkable ways. The scenery seems to shift according to mood, mainly becoming a void of shifting colors.
Oh, hello. Are you new around here, little guy?
Cute bat! Oh, I've heard legend foretold of you in my prophetic books. Immortals. Wow.
Whoa.
Oh, yes. We're pretty great.
I'm here to study the demigod of chaos, but if you're willing, I'd love to study you both as well.
Ah, finally! The respect we deserve.
The demigod isn't quite what I expected, but nevertheless, he clearly knows what he's doing. I must keep an open mind, no matter how unorthodox things are. Chaos. Must remember chaos. You called Armageddon off? I didn't know you could do that.
Me either.
Kinda figured out that being in control of chaos allows me to do lots of unexpected things. My best friend Chi here helped me out with that.
Well, great demigod of chaos, would you be opposed to me studying your teachings here?
You can call me Chicken Nugget.
Yes, right. Chicken Nugget? I'd love to research you and the effects of your chaotic abilities in this area.
Chicken's powers rubbed up on us too. so we got chaos powers.
What? Us?
Here he is, the demigod of chaos. My best friend, Chicken Nugget.
Hello.
Chicken, this is Onion Ring. He wanted to meet you.
Oh my goodness gracious. Is it really you? The demigod of chaos?
Yeah.
I've studied your prophecies for so long and just, wow. My apologies, I'm just, wow.
I told him Armageddon is off.
I have so many questions. What happened? What made you choose your current form? Do you still need witnesses to your power? Because I am willing.
Relax. I can tell you. But you must do me a favor first.
Literally anything.
Eat some delicious nuggies with me and Chi.
Huh? Oh, I'm finally here. A fellow mortal earthling. Hello, cat. My name is Onion Ring, occult extraordinaire.
Hi.
I've journeyed all the way to witness it. The Eye of the Storm, the earthly home of the demigod of chaos. I've studied the prophecies for years.
Oh, wow, really? You actually knew about it?
Of course. Now, where are they? I've come to bear witness.
Witness to what?
The New World Order? The chaotic cataclysm?
Oh, psh. That's been called off. Chicken Nugget changed his mind about the whole Armageddon thing. Now it's just fun and silly chaos.
Chicken Nugget?
Sodi, I'm trying not to feel crazy. Tell me, your exploding abilities. You were able to do that before you even met me, right?
Yeah. I mean, at least I think I did.
Do you have any, I don't know, proof of it maybe?
Oh, let's ask my mom if she has any old videos of me doing it as a little kid.
Oh, good idea.
Oh, you know my Sodi. He's always living up to the pop name. How odd! I could have sworn I had videos of it.
What?
I think I may be unknowingly passing my abilities off to you.
Hello, I'm Old P.
And this is when he was a baby.
Ugh, him?
Hello, I'm Old P. I hope you like me.
What'd you get? Yeah! Sick.
Yeah.
Oh, you're way braver than I am.
Why?
Stickers are so precious. It's too big a commitment for me to permanently stick them to places. Okay. The moment of truth. No! This is the only one I didn't want.
These things are so evil!
What you watching?
A mukbang.
I can't look away.
It's mesmerizing.
I think there's a monster under the bed.
What? Oh, I swear I put at least 5 down here. Where are they all escaping to?
Okay, so, old BF didn't work out. But Slushy, this time, I did it. Meet my new boyfriend.
Ugh, him? I don't know, Milkshake. Maybe you should focus on just you for a little while, you know?
I know what you're thinking, but I've realized some things. Found what I'm really looking for. And he's it. He treats me right.
Yeah, good for you, Milkshake.
Oh my gosh, my boyfriend just sent me the cutest pics. That's him in kindergarten.
Is it?
And this is when he was a baby.
Is it?
He's hideous, abysmal, treacherous, pathetic. He's everything I want. Everyone judges me, but I'll be the first to say it. I love you, horrendous old man. That's my baby girl.
Ready to enjoy more Chicken Joyous moments?
Isa pa! Isa pa! Isa pa!
Isa pa!
Isa pa! Chicken Joy!
Try the new Chicken Joy Perfect Pairs!
KiloCode is a powerful, open-source AI coding assistant that supercharges your development workflow right inside VS Code. But unlike other AI tools that just autocomplete what you're writing or create lines and lines of AI slop, KiloCode is a full development partner that can handle complex tasks across your entire codebase. At its core, KiloCode uses specialized modes to adapt to different development tasks. Code mode helps you implement features and fix bugs. Architect mode plans your system before writing a single line of code. Ask mode explains complex codebases without modifying anything, and debug mode systematically troubleshoots problems. Need to handle complex projects? Orchestrator mode breaks them down into manageable subtasks, each handled by a specialized mode. It's like having your own dev team, an architect for planning, a coder for implementation, and a debugger for when things inevitably break, all inside your IDE. The best part? KiloCode gives you direct access to cutting-edge AI models from OpenAI, Anthropic, Google, and others, at the provider's cost with no additional markup. Choose from Claude, GPT, or Gemini based on your specific needs and budget. You pay for the AI, not for Kilo. Using KiloCode is as simple as typing. Just open the panel and describe what you want in plain English. You can reference specific files with context mentions. You can reference external URLs for documentation or even your Git history, all by using the @ symbol, helping Kilo understand your codebase for more relevant assistance. KiloCode proposes actions through tools, specialized helpers that help read files, make edits, run commands, and search your codebase. You approve each action, keeping you in control while also automating repetitive tasks.
Look at the time. It's New Year's. You know, it's traditional to kiss someone at the strike of midnight. And I am available.
You don't have a mouth!
I have no mouth and I must kiss! Feeling a little left out.
Huh?
Well, it's only natural to. You shouldn't feel ashamed.
No.
You know, you can just, I don't know, fix everything.
Huh?
Oh, come now. What are reality warping powers for? Bend things to your will a little. Go on.
What are you talking about?
I think you know, deep down.
Sorry, I gotta go play with chicken now.
Huh?
So far, a successful mission in inspiring darkness in the demigod. It's only a matter of time before he's fully committed to his destiny of total destruction. Nothing's gonna stop us now. What are you doing?
Oh, don't mind me. I'm simply putting the things I like in this corner.
Leave them alone.
You know I won't.
How do you eat?
Oh! Sir.
Sick. You okay?
Read it and weep, kid. Day's nearly over. How have you spent it?
I can't tell what time it is.
What? They teach you this in elementary school.
I just use this to tell.
What?
Old man! This is so dumb! I can't choose what I want to wear for this date! Aha! I know!
There's nothing more formal than your true form. Ah, right on time.
I didn't know what to wear.
You look perfect.
You got the goods.
You bet I do.
You think you're scarier than me? You're not! I'm way scarier!
Okay, I'm ready to go.
It's about time.
No, don't!
Did somebody say it's about time? What's on the agenda for today? Kitty.
Huh?
Why does she like old men so much?
Sick in the head. Hey, French fry!
Yes?
You can grant any wish, right?
Yes?
Then can I wish?
Nope.
Huh? But you literally just said.
I know. But I don't want my powers to be used for that.
This is my kingdom come. This is my kingdom come. When you feel my heat, look into my eyes. It's where my demons hide. It's where my demons hide.
But they make me look dowdy. My baby!
can be friends again. Bart, stop! No one's mad at you anymore, right?
Yeah. Jump! Who said that?
I hate Bart Simpson!
In Chicago has issued a tornado warning for north central DeKalb County in north central Illinois, southern Boone County in north central Illinois, southwestern McHenry County in northeastern Illinois until 7:45 p.m. At 7:16 p.m., a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Kirkland, or 9 miles south of Belvidere, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Hazard, damaging tornado. Source, radar confirmed tornado. Impact, you are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. The tornado will be near Jeaningston around 7:20 p.m., Belvidere around 7:25 p.m., Marengo around 7:45 p.m., including the following Interstate 90 between mile markers 43 and 56. A large and extremely dangerous tornado is on the ground. Take immediate tornado precautions. This is an emergency situation.
Pamamanhid at tusok-tusok? Take doctor-prescribed Neurobion. It's 4 times B12 versus a generic B vitamins brand. Helps relieve these symptoms of nerve damage. Ask your pharmacist for Neurobion.
Weather Service in Sterling, Virginia has issued a tornado warning for central Montgomery County and central Maryland until 8:15 p.m. At 7:28 p.m., a confirmed tornado was located over Germantown, moving east at 25 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Hazard, damaging tornado. Source, radar confirmed tornado. Impact, you are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely and complete destruction is possible. The tornado will be near Germantown, Rockville, Gaithersburg, Olney, Aspen Hill, Montgomery Village, and Redland around 7:35 p.m. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Spencerville, Laytonsville, Brookville, Washington Grove, Sandy Spring, Edner, Ashton, Brinklow, Durwood, and Burtonsville. To repeat, a large, extremely dangerous, and potentially deadly tornado is on the ground. To protect your life, take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. The National Weather Service in Paducah has issued a tornado warning for Central Union County in southern Illinois, northwestern Alexander County in southern Illinois, northwestern Scott County in southeastern Missouri, southeastern Cape Girardeau County in southeastern Missouri, until 7:30 p.m. At 6:50 p.m., a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Dutchtown, or near Chaffee, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. This storm has produced damage near Delta. This is a particularly dangerous situation. A tornado has been confirmed by train spotters. The following impacts are expected. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. The tornado will be near Jackson, Gordonville, Cape Girardeau, Scott City, Dutchtown, and Cape Girardeau Airport around 6:55 p.m. Ware around 7:10 p.m. Anna and Jonesboro around 7:15 p.m. Dongola and Cobden around 7:20 p.m. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Mill Creek and East Cape Girardeau. This includes Interstate 55 between mile markers 90 and 101. To repeat, a large, extremely dangerous and potentially deadly tornado is on the ground. To protect your life, take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect.
New Colgate Total, our best science, helps prevent oral care concerns.
Shakey's Creamy Spinach Pizza. Creamier.
Creamier, yummier.
Oh man, that's back home. Here we go.
Runoff from this excessive rainfall will cause minor flooding to occur. Some locations will experience flooding, including
What is that?
Where's that coming from?
Whoa, my phone! Oh my god! Here we go!
National Weather Service in Chicago has issued a tornado warning for southwest Cook County in northeast Illinois, northwest Will County in northeast Illinois until 10:30 p.m. At 9:56 p.m., National Weather Service radar detected a severe squall line capable of producing tornadoes that may not be visible due to heavy rain, was located near Plainfield and moving east at 55 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado and 100 miles per hour wind gusts. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near Lamont and New Lenox around 10:05 p.m. Homer, Glen, and Mokina around 10:10 p.m. Tinley Park and Dorland Park around 10:15 p.m. Other locations in the warning include Palos Park, Orland Hills, Palos Heights, and Frankfurt Square. Interstate 80 between mile markers 135 and 149. Interstate 55 between mile markers 255 and 268. Interstate 355 between mile markers 1 and 11. This tornado warning replaces the severe thunderstorm warning that was in effect for the same area. This line of thunderstorms is capable of producing tornadoes and widespread significant wind damage. Do not wait to see or hear the tornado. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. The following is
Could MAX stations on TriMet soon look more like New York subway stations? The agency tells K2 that it's considering adding gates to its platforms to stop an increase in people not paying for a ticket to ride. Good evening, and thank you so much for joining us tonight for K2 News at 11. I'm Barry Mangold. A lot to get to tonight. After seeing a dramatic increase in riders skipping out on paying their fare, TriMet is now rolling out technology to control access on its train stations. Victor Park is live for us at the Hollywood Transit Center, and that's where TriMet is putting in some of that new tech. Victor, tell us about it.
That's right, Barry. In fact, TriMet is calling it access control, specifically at this elevator. Notice that this button won't open the door until you tap a card. For years, passengers like TJ Lightburn have been sick of riders not paying their fair share.
What I see is mainly just drugs.
We saw a lot of bad activity occurring. That was not transit related inside our elevators, which made it prohibitive for the folks that need it the most.
As you can see, nothing is stopping someone from walking onto the platform without paying. So I pressed TriMet about that, and Wilson says he's got a plan for that too.
We certainly are looking into options for fare gate systems.
Wilson says TriMet is considering adding fare gates to some MAX stations, similar to a pilot program Los Angeles County has been testing on its Metro rail system. According to Metro, there has been a roughly 40% reduction in reported crime and incidents at one station during a period last year.
We want to take that out to some of our grade separated stops as well, where we can really control access down to the platform through sort of fare gate technologies.
Meanwhile, Lightburn thinks TriMet needs to do more to keep passengers safe.
Like if someone's going to get violent on the bus and they're going to start yelling and then start threatening.
All right, TriMet says they plan to add these access control boxes to elevators at its 60th and 82nd Street stations, though it's unclear how or when they will add that or its fare gates. We are live here in Hollywood. I'm Victor Park, K2 News.
All right, Victor. Will be interesting to see those roll out. And hey, by the way, last year, TriMet conducted a fare evasion survey interviewing more than 5,100 riders. That survey found 27% of riders had invalid or incorrect fare. That's up from 13% compared to 2017. The report says TriMet has the third highest amount of fare evaders in the country, trailing only San Diego and Los Angeles. More than 25% of those who evaded payment said they couldn't afford to pay. TriMet does have a reduced fare program for riders who qualify based on income.
When John Paul Jones was a little boy, he pointed to the sea, said, when I get to be a man, a fighting man I'll be. I'll leave my mark on the ocean and my name in history. When John Paul was a member of the British Admiralty, he killed a sailor on his ship, which was a crime, you see. He changed his name to J.P. Jones and came to America. He fought in the rain and he fought in the sun and he fought in the moonlight too. He fought with his knife and he fought with his gun and he fought till his blood ran blue. But John Paul Jones was a fighting man was he. He sailed to the east and he sailed to the west and he helped set America free. When John Paul was a captain in the U.S. Naval Band, fighting for the glory and the freedom of our land, he made those British captains wish that they were on dry land. He sent their mighty vessels to the bottom of the sea. He took their bags of treasure and he sank their chest of tea. He gave his blood for all free men and his life for liberty. He fought in the rain and he fought in the sun and he fought in the moonlight too. He fought with his knife and he fought with his gun and he fought till his blood ran blue. But John Paul Jones was a fighting man was he. He sailed to the east and he sailed to the west and he helped set America free. He fought in the rain and he fought in the sun and he fought in the moonlight too. He fought with his knife and he fought with his gun and he fought till his blood ran blue. John Paul Jones was a fighting man was he. He sailed to the east and he sailed to the west and he helped set America free.
Handog ng Bear Brand. Ang 840 grams, 300 pesos na lang. Mag-Bear Brand araw-araw.
May of 1941, the war had just begun. The Germans had the biggest ship that had the biggest guns. The Bismarck was the fastest ship that ever sailed the sea. On her decks were guns as big as steers and shells as big as trees. Out of the cold and foggy night came the British ship, the Hood. And every British seaman, he knew and understood. They had to sink the Bismarck, the terror of the sea. Stop those guns as big as steers and those shells as big as trees. They find that German battleship that's making such a fuss. We gotta sink the Bismarck cause the world depends on us. Hit the decks a running, boys, and spin those guns around. But when we find the Bismarck, we gotta cut her down. The Hood found the Bismarck, and on that fatal day, the Bismarck started firing 15 miles away. We gotta sink the Bismarck, was the battle sound. But when the smoke had cleared away, the mighty Hood went down. For 6 long days and weary nights, they tried to find her trail. Churchill told the people, put every ship a sail, cause somewhere on that ocean, I know she's gotta be. We gotta sink the Bismarck to the bottom of the sea. They find that German battleship that's making such a fuss. We gotta sink the Bismarck cause the world depends on us. They hit the decks a running, boys, and spin those guns around. When we find the Bismarck, we gotta cut her down. The fog was gone the 7th day and they saw the morning sun. 10 hours away from homeland, the Bismarck made its run. The admiral of the British fleet said, turn those bows around. We found that German battleship and we're gonna cut her down. The British guns were aimed and the shells were coming fast. The first shell hit the Bismarck, they knew she couldn't last. That mighty German battleship is just a memory. Sink the Bismarck was the battle cry that shook the 7 seas. We found that German battleship was making such a fuss. We had to sink the Bismarck cause the world depends on us. We hit the deck a-running and we spun those guns around. Yeah, we found that mighty Bismarck and we had to cut her down. We found that German battleship was making such a fuss. We had to sink the Bismarck cause the world depends on us. We hit the deck a-running and we spun those guns around. We found that mighty Bismarck and then we cut her down.
So, we all know about this character, right? Never gets old, huh? Nope. It kind of makes you want to break into song. Yep. I love the mountains. I love the clear blue skies. I love big bridges. I love when gray whites fly. I love the whole world and all its sights and sounds. Boom-de-yada, 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 boom-de-yada.
I love the oceans.
I love real dirty things.
I love to go fast. I love Egyptian kings. I love the whole world and all its craziness. Boom-de-yada, 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 boom-de-yada.
I love tornadoes.
I love arachnids. I love my magma.
I love the giant squids.
I love the whole world. It's such a brilliant place. Boom-de-yada, 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 boom-de-yada.
Go to hell, man.
Y'all ready?
Did what I could.
What?
Get going!
I just found the 2 tickets.
Welcome to the Campus Factory!
Oh, what is happening?
Everything here is a bloody scrampy! Well, enjoy!
What the?
That's a bloody skoompa-loompas! What do you think, eh?
For the first time in my life, I'm at a loss for words.
Oh, I need a drink. What's up?
Hey. Team Fortress 2 has a lot of offensive voice lines, but which one is the most offensive? Some that usually get mentioned in this context are Demoman's
Dominated, and I've been shagging your wife.
or Scouts.
I am owning you, you fat, bald, fatty, fat.
But one almost no one knows is actually only in the German version for the game, which is easily the most offensive voice line in Team Fortress 2.
Du arrogante kleine Schwuchtel.
This translates to you arrogant little Yeah, it really was a different time in 2007.
In a place outside time lies a mystical realm of sound and vision, a wondrous civilization. Where good and evil struggle to possess the dark crystal.
Fizzgig. Hey, Pierre, come on. Fizzgig, avouez agent. Fizzgig. Fizzgig. Doyle, you seem very strange to him.
He seems pretty strange to me.
He's nervous. Here, Skeksis are watching always. We must go. Come.
You don't have to go.
I know.
All right, together then.
No, Fizzgig. You stay here. Dole. Oh, all right. Come on. Tamar. Tamar, Fizzgig. Tamar. Yes. Go. Now. Yes. Can you sing? Come on. No, Fizzgig. You stay with Jen. Yes. Let go. No, let go. Let go of me, Jen. Oh, Jen.
The shard! The shard is mine! Go, Spider!
Pancake!
How did you get out there? Come on there.
New Colgate Total, our best science to help prevent 8 oral care concerns.
All right, team, we're transitioning to FLAC, but tasks are still going to be on Bullfrog.
Did nobody see my poppycock post? There was no clappy claps on it.
Make sure you track your time on Fireplace. Then, ping me on SmackDog.
Guys, we don't need any of those anymore. We have ClickUp.
Where do we chat?
ClickUp.
What about managing projects?
ClickUp.
Docs.
Also ClickUp.
AI.
It's all ClickUp.
Yeah, but how do we get Adam's dog to stop peeing in the office?
Not really sure about that one, but for everything else, we have ClickUp.
Roast snappery, my favorite. I want the rare. You slime face!
Rotten. Yeah. Seems to me that Gelfling has escaped, huh? No Gelfling ever escaped from my deadly garden. More food, more food. Nothing like eat. Ah, dessert! Rolling! Not bad at all. Look, the Gotham returned. The Gelfling. Oh, Gotham. Release the Gelfling! What does this mean?
Fools! Skeksis fools! What do you want with me?
This is no Gelfling!
Of course I'm no Gelfling, you putrid lizards! I'll get my eye to you!
She was with him. She helped him. Where is he?
Gone! Gelfling gone! Stupid Garthim! You want Gelfling? Why not ask me? No, easier to send your crab-brained soldiers. Burn my home! Now, home gone, Gelfling gone. Nothing but moldy mildew, mother of mouth muck, dangle and strangle to death.
Watch your tongue, Harridan. We are lords of the crystal.
Lords, not for long. What about the prophecy that a Gelfling will end Skeksis' power? He'll come, make you crawl like the worms you are.
Find that Gelfling now! Crystal bats fly! Search the land! Search the water! Search the sky!
Yo, what is up, you guys? Currently, we are at McDonald's, and it is 3 a.m., and we just found out that if you go at McDonald's at 3 a.m., you can order the Tanner Bowser Happy Meal. But if you want to order the Tanner Bowser Happy Meal at 3 a.m., you need to go to the drive-thru and do a perfect Tanner Bowser impression. So let's go right there now, guys.
Hello, guys! Son Goku here, and today I'm gonna be helping out my friend Asante with getting some bitches. So with no time wasted, let's go bag these sluts. So most of these females are not looking too good. Kinda how Frieza looks after I get done beating his little ugly ass. But if you're a desperate ass nigga, whiz is the way to go, or as a real nigga named Remy says, it's free eats. But not gonna lie, I'ma speed this shit up until I see a bad bitch. So sit back, relax, grab a pencil and paper, and take some notes.
One eternity later.
Okay, guys, I found a bad bitch. So what you want to do now is text her and just say what comes to mind, to be honest. See, I'm gonna say holy moly because apparently the hoes love when you say that, so I'm gonna type that out. But also, you want to tell them they are fine as hell, even though they probably heard niggas say that 1,000 times. And then you just want to keep repeating that to the girls you're find attractive. So I'm gonna text some hoes off screen, and then tell you what to do when they text back. Triple K Kakarot always spins back. So guys, great news. It's only been like 1 minute before someone texted me. So now we must activate stage 2 on how to approach these creatures. So this is one of the hardest things to do with bagging a bad bitch, is to keep the conversation going. So look, you want to say some slick but calm shit to get her all fired up for that dick you're gonna give her. So I am just going to say, yeah, anything for my wife, something calm but fun. And now the perk with texting all the females is if one person doesn't text back, there is always your other options. So that piece of scum just liked my message and dipped, so I'm gonna have to pick someone better. So I'm gonna text this girl that actually appreciates my time and effort I put in and say, "Aw, shucks, that's all you," to let her know I'm feeling her. So now she said we should talk more. And this is the final blow. You can either be straight up like Travis Scott and say, "Bet, let me get the number," or Snapchat, or you can ask for the number. But since I'm doing a tutorial right now, I'm gonna say, where would we text at? And she said she has Snap or a number, so I'm just gonna say number. And as simple as that, you got a female, so out of respect to my girlfriend, I am not gonna text her. Put you guys get the memo, and don't forget these hoes ain't loyal.
When God created the universe, he asked, but luckily for God's favorite planet, it already learned domain disintegration and nullified the attack with its own magnetic field. After a long-fought battle, God's favorite planet emerged victorious. Then the sun asked it, "Are you the strongest because you're Earth, or are you Earth because you're the strongest?" Then Earth replied, "When it comes to space and time, my cosmic abilities are truly sublime. Because throughout the Milky Way and the solar system, I alone am the habitable one."
In the KFC frying pan because my fat-ass manager fired me for eating the customer's fried chicken. My name is Jacques Diz Nutos.
This is the first reveal. I created this account back in September of 2020 to manipulate the minds of young children.
Shakey's Creamy Spinach Pizza. Creamier.
Creamier, yummier.
On ce jour, le soleil se lève et notre combat resplendit. Une longue nuit s'achève, un grand bonheur ressurgit. Avec ivresse, le chemin la liberté. Congolais debout fièrement partout, acclamons l'union de notre nation. Oublions ce qui nous divise, soyons plus unis que jamais. Vivons pour notre devise, unité, travail, progrès. Vivons pour notre devise, unité, travail, progrès. Des forêts jusqu'à la savane, des savanes jusqu'à la mer. Un seul peuple, une seule armée, un seul corps ardent.